Hey everyone out there on the internet, and welcome to this roundtable discussion on the state of the Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis story. We are joined today by a large collection of personalities from around the NGS community, and while you may not recognize all of them, each of them has their own opinions on the story. For introductions, I'm going to introduce them one at a time, and they're going to have 3 minutes uninterrupted to introduce themselves however they want, and give a brief summation of how they feel about the current state of the story. If you are done with your introduction, please go ahead and let us know. Please try not to go over time. We've got a long discussion ahead of us. And with that, let's go counterclockwise, starting with Captain Radix. You have 3 minutes uninterrupted, starting now.
Hi, I'm Captain Radix. I've been originally following the Phantasy Star Online series since Dreamcast, but I never had a Dreamcast, while at the same time having an internet connection, so that became quite the false start. I did, however, play the GameCube and Xbox versions, but ultimately dedicated myself to the online franchise with PSO Blueburst, and thus moved on to Phantasy Star Universe, Portable 2, and PSO2, and now NGS. My past playing the original Phantasy Star series is pigeonholed in between the PSU and PSO2 eras, all with titles except for Phantasy Star 1 with incomplete playthroughs. In regards to NGS, I believe we're nearing the end of a prolonged prologue trope, and the real story will begin soon. It's a shame we had to wait multiple years to get to this point, but I'm cautiously excited for what ride Ultra Evolution will bring us towards. And that'll be it.
Alright, then let's go ahead and move on to Rooks. 3 minutes uninterrupted.
My name is Rooks37, and I've been working with PrinceBrightstar for a bit now. I am also part of the Royal World, and a channel put together by some of my friends. My history with the Phantasy Star series began with PSO version 2 on the Dreamcast and continued through the GameCube with episode 1 and 2 in the GBA collection, Universe series, and Phantasy Star Zero. I joined PSO2 on the Japanese servers towards the end of episode 2. As a result, I got nearly the complete PSO2 experience, including the matter boards, which I don't regret at all. It was that anime science fiction setting that really drew me in at the beginning. Though the online and Universe series, I connected with friends and family. Even my older sister, who wasn't much of a gamer before marrying her husband, would join me with my nieces and nephews. One of my best friends would create a character named Poppy, and together we roleplayed the adventures of Poppy and Angel in-game. I would also eventually join Brightstar's group thanks to PSO2 as well, and meet new friends like Bright himself, Wolf, Radix, Ryu, Eagle, and more. I mentioned my friend's character and mine because this game has you build a character when you start. If you take the process seriously, you end up investing yourself in that character, and if the writer does their job right in the world and story. I believe NGS has failed badly in this, has failed to properly make room for the player's character in the narrative, properly create and build up the connections between the player and NPCs, and build up the world itself. Instead of going back and directly fixing the story, they attempted to patch the issues with the story with side stories that feel like little more than an afterthought. I don't believe the story is unsalvageable, but it needs significant repair. And that's all. Go ahead.
Alright, let's move on then to Zeomantic.
Hello, my name's Zeo, and you might know me as the Lore Keeper. I've been playing Phantasy Star on and off since 1994. Found it through Phantasy Star 3 by complete accident at a video store, and it left an impression on me. Came back to it in 01 through PSO on the Dreamcast, and I've been here ever since. I mostly play on the Japanese servers, Ship 2, and as for the story, I don't hate it. There are places where it could be a whole lot better, but all in all, I don't hate it. Here's hoping Ultra Evolution, really gets things going. And that's about it.
Alright, Legal Eagle?
Listening on. Oh, all right. Hey, fellas, it's me, Illegal Eagle. I've been with this Discord for a bit. My history with Phantasy Star started all the way back in. I mean, technically, I started with Phantasy Star 4 on the Genesis, but I really didn't start getting into the series through rediscovering it again through Sonic Adventure 2 of all games, and advertisement showing me towards Phantasy Star Online 1 on the GameCube and Xbox, and then later Blueburst on the PC, and I've been a steady follower of the franchise ever since, going back to play the old games every so often, as well as a brief stint with Phantasy Star Universe, and with most of my experience up to now being with Phantasy Star Online 2 JP, and eventually Phantasy Star Online 2 Global in 2020. I mean, I am not the biggest don't consider myself the biggest fan of Phantasy Star Online stories, but there's a lot of cool potential, a lot of great ideas, and the game itself has one of the to this day still the games themselves to this day have the most robust character creators on the entire market as far as all other JRPGs are concerned. The state of New Genesis story leaves a lot to be desired, and I feel like a game that caps off the 35th anniversary of Phantasy Star as a franchise has no business being mediocre. I don't think it's irredeemable by any means, but I know there's a lot that has to be fixed and addressed, and I feel there's a bit of window to do so with the Ultra update. Who knows? We'll wait and see. But for right now, we're gonna let it all ride through this round table, discuss our points on how it should be approached. That's it.
All right, moving on to EarningKey.
You can call me Key. Everyone knows me on Strip 2 of the Japanese servers of that one cast with too much HP and damage resist, but I'm just a no-name person who's played most of the games. I've enjoyed the series story for a while now, with my expertise stemming in Geralt series onward, and I frequent most of the local hubs of story content. Granted that the series has ups and downs in terms of its story quality, I've enjoyed NGS so far, and hopefully will enjoy it moving on.
All right. Sorry, I never learned how to actually say your name. Is it ACR or Azer?
Oh, it's Azer. It'll be fine. Okay, I'll be taking it from here then. Hello, everybody. My name is Azer, and I guess you can probably call me that person who posts PSO2 memes from time to time. And of course, I also discuss a bit of the lore videos as well, but unfortunately, I did not really delve more into it recently because of some other things, I guess. But you know, once PrinceBrightstar invited me to join this whole roundtable, I'll gladly accepted it. And finally, you know, it's actually a very, very nice to meet everybody here and to explain about how the state of the story is. As for my history with Phantasy Star, I actually started Phantasy Star back in my PS2 days. I actually played, I believe, was a Phantasy Star Universe 2 Ambition of the Illuminus. I guess that was my first time with the series, and I think it actually left a very huge impression for me, because I never played any sci-fi RPGs before, because I always thought they just function the same and everything. But I actually fully got into the series by PSO2, the original base version. When it actually releases on JP back in 2012, I guess I managed to get into the beta, and I managed to even run it on my Windows 7 laptop back then with a 3G connection. Yeah, that's how dedicated I was on wanting to try to play this game. And from then on, I just decided to stick with this game because I realized of how amazingly good the whole free-to-play system that is actually providing for the free-to-play live service kind of an MMO series since then. And of course, you know, since the game have lasted that long, I have stuck with it until the global release of PSO2 and NGS till today. And well, that's all. go to next then. Thank you.
All right, on to Arawen then.
Hello, my name's Arawen. I've been a huge fan of the Phantasy Star series since the early 90s when I played Phantasy Star 2, and I was hooked ever since. I didn't actually play PSO online until the Xbox version of it came out. Although I did play the Dreamcast version of PSO offline before then. And I've been translating the Japanese-only Phantasy Star books from the 80s and 90s as a hobby more recently. So I'm kind of a lore expert on the classic series. As far as PSO2, I've played since it released in Japan, and I was very impressed with its presentation until New Genesis, and I've been disappointed about New Genesis. I share the same criticism as most of the other people that have spoken already. A major criticism that I have is that I feel like they could have designed the story better to involve more people, because it is an online RPG, and I think they really should have done something like they did with the government quests in PSO Blueburst for the story in New Genesis, where you can bring your friends and then experience the story together. Because I think it's very jarring that when you play through the story in New Genesis that you get pulled away from your friends online to do story chapters for many minutes at a time. And many times unavoidable because it's required to progress to new areas. So that's my major concern with the way the story has developed. And that's my introduction.
Alright, and moving on to myself, my name is PrinceBrightstar. If you're watching the main stream, I run the channel that you're on now. I've been playing the Phantasy Star series throughout most of my life, going all the way back to the Algol days. Of course, starting in the early 2000s, we had Phantasy Star Online, and I started importing the Japanese versions, starting with PSO version 2, while floating through the various online communities. I continued to play through the GameCube games, including Card Revolution, and on to Blueburst on the PC. Then, of course, Phantasy Star Universe came out, and I was there on the Japanese version for the disastrous launch that had. Played through that, Ambition of the Illuminous, Portable, Portable 2, and Infinity. And then PSO2 came out in Japan, where thanks to Infinity, I was made a part of the second alpha test of PSO2, and I've been playing PSO2 since. I started creating content for the Phantasy Star series back in 2013, but in recent years, aside from Let's Plays, I also host Daydon's Arcs, a podcast coinciding with the NGS headlines, which also adds in some other community news, and Secrets of New Genesis, looking into the lore of the game and providing theories, some of which have already come true at this point. My current feelings on the story is this. The main story is extremely weak. The environmental storytelling, while strong, also has too many Chekhov's guns that remain unfired at this time. The mini-episodes do help to fill in some of the lore of the world, but during the main, it felt like up until Stia, characters were going to places but didn't really even acknowledge what they were seeing in places they went to. I feel that Manon is a Mary Sue, someone that takes the spotlight away from the player way too often. It makes me question why I, as a player, need to be there and another arcs couldn't take my place. I also don't trust Manon or Crawford, despite what the developers may want. I feel that we, as the player, don't have any agency to come up with our own ideas on how to handle a situation, and that there are opportunities to strengthen the story if we could do that. I'm disappointed that the answers to the bigger questions regarding the nature of halpha seem to be hidden in text given during tasks provided by NPCs. I want to know why some of the deepest lore of halpha is locked behind what is said during seasonal events, such as halpha's supposed orbit. I also feel the current chapters shouldn't be left in the state they're currently in, especially for new players looking to join the game in the future. All right, and so that's my introduction, and with that, let's go ahead and move on to the overview of the story. So the way that we're going to handle this, just so that we can kind of move through this as quickly as possible, is I'm going to kind of go through this overview, and as we get through each chapter, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to ask if anybody wants to add anything to this, and then we'll move on to the next chapter after that. So let's start with the prologue. So in the prologue, a ship comes crashing down to the planet Halpha, carrying the Meteorn. Aina, a native Halphan, and Manon, another Meteorn, are there to greet the Meteorn. They don't remember anything about their past. They are quickly attacked by a Doll's unit. More attack, but then Gorora jumps in, wiping them out. After a quick glide, the group arrives in Alio Town. After a quick history lesson discussing that the Meteorn support the Halphans and that the war with the Dolls has been ongoing for 500 years, the Meteorn is asked to explore and meet the townsfolk. Once done, Gorora invites the Meteorn to a beach party. This party, however, is interrupted by the arrival of a supposed Dark Falz. Though the town fights back, in the end, the Meteorn, Aina, and Manon flee the town. In the final moment, everyone in the town, including Gorora, are wiped out. Manon puts up a shield to protect the group, saying, "I didn't think it would be this way." When the player comes to, only Manon is there watching over you, Aina having been taken to Central City with injuries. You also make your way there and are greeted by Ran, saying Crawford would like to meet with you. Crawford says he's glad the group survived, and soon after, Aina appears. Crawford explains Dark Falz was the cause of a near-extinction event over 100 years ago, wiping out the capital city of the time. He tells the group to get some rest. That's the end of the prologue. Does anybody have anything to add?
Okay. It seems like, okay, I'll be adding it first then. Okay, the whole prologue thing, I think it's actually pretty decent for introductory sense, but it's pretty obvious that it's still a very, very quick kind of situation. I think the build up towards the end of what is going on in the prologue is just way too quick, and they had at least should have added something to build up the relationship instead of just just on the first night and everything just suddenly just happened. And from there as well, you can see that actually Manon is the only one who is able to defend us from everything, which is pretty strange because I thought, we are the main characters, we are supposed to be very capable, but I guess that's a fresh start. It should be fine. But yeah, that's my add-on for this one. Anyone else, I guess?
I've got something to say. So I have a problem with the intro because, for one, similar to what I said in my introduction, I feel like it's a solo experience that you have to go through, and it keeps you away from your friends online for too long. I think it was too long of an intro for a multiplayer focused game. And then on top of that, as far as the story itself, I think that destroying a town before you really got to know anybody in that town lessens the emotional impact of it, and they could have written it better. And that's all I have to say about it.
Okay.
Am I allowed to speak on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Anyone.
All right, so without really repeating too much of what Azer and Arawen said, though, yeah, the tutorial is very quick. On the surface, this seems pretty harmless, and even a pretty ideal way to introduce newcomers, new players towards the mechanics of New Genesis. There is a brief gameplay tutorial on photon gliding, basic combat mechanics, combat basics. It's pretty standard fare and at least pretty necessary for at least introducing newcomers to the game, even just like old or returning players to the game, considering that New Genesis is different enough from PSO2 Classic to merit a tutorial. On the other hand, though, as they said, said, the actual like introduction in terms of the story and narrative is very short and very brief. It also and the other part, as Brightstar mentioned, the Chekhov's guns. These ones dropped here won't let we're gonna have to save these for later. But for the time being, though, the town really does get destroyed very quickly right after like literally right after beach parties. There isn't enough time to really develop any sort of connection towards the town, and thus, or even establish the threat of the dolls, because you're only told that you, the Meteor, have been supporting the arts on halpha for fighting them for about 5 centuries as of right now, but they don't know exactly why the dolls have been fighting the arts or all the other humans on halpha up until this point. Only that they've been fighting for survival for how long, and then Dark Falz shows up and then just destroys them that easily, which raises a few other questions. But for the time being, though, we're gonna have, for the sake of pacing for this roundtable, we're gonna have to save that for later. So, yeah, that's it.
To add a short note, coming into NGS, the community had some information at its disposal. In some cases, the early concepts of the map had actually ended up coming out before our introduction to the Alio continent, and we had just stepped out of the pod with all of our gear degraded into lower grade affixes than what we've had at the end of episode 6, and we see this new world in front of us. Many of us knew that there were going to be multiple instances of safe zones on the map. Sega had a task in which they had to surprise not only people that had knowledge to this, but also those stepping into the game for the first time. Removing that initial safe zone was a fairly decent attempt at subverting expectations, especially for those who had that insight knowledge.
Yep, definitely a good point there. I think if I remember correctly, you could not go into West Alio during the beta, and that was probably exactly why they didn't want you going in there. They didn't want you seeing the destroyed Alio town. Alright, let's move on to Chapter 1. So, the next day, Crawford asks the group to complete some basic training. This leads the group to the Cocoon First Steps, where they meet the cast Dozer for the first time. After an assessment in the Cocoon, Dozer thinks Ina is as good as the 2 Meteorn. He tells the party to return back to Crawford, and just for reference, when I say the party, I'm generally referring to the player, Ina, and Manon. Upon returning to Crawford, he informs the group there's a large number of dolls on Mount Magnus, and he wants the group to take them out. Crawford also says he's sending another support unit to help out. That turns out to be Dozer again. Ina does struggle to make it all the way up the mountain a bit, and when encountering the Noglith at the top, once it goes red, Ina freezes up, remembering what happened in Alio Town. Manon staying back to comfort her. Dozer has a chat with Ina after the fight, and then Dozer sends the group back to Crawford after. Returning to Crawford, the group is pleased with the group's performance, and he encourages the group to rest and work on their skills for the time being until the next mission. Crawford provides Manon with some dolls' battle records. Later, the group meets up at the wall around the city. Ina makes mention her father didn't want her joining ARCS. Up until then, she had never asked herself why she wanted to join ARCS. She just wanted to do it, and that brought out the fear in her. Manon pipes up, saying she'll have her back, and they'll all defeat Dark Falz together. The next Dolls offensive rolls around, and the ARC's forces are split. The players' group is sent to the Vanford ruins, while Dozer's squad heads for Rizol Forest. We learn people were in Vanford until a few decades ago, until a huge Dolls offensive. Inside the lab, the largest Dolls the group encounters is a Didal sword. During the battle, communication is cut off with Central Command. After the battle, a loud roar is heard from Resolve Forest, and communication is cut off with Dozer's group. Crawford calls the Arcs back to Central City. Crawford says Nex Aelio has reemerged. Nex Aelio last appeared 10 years ago. The players' group volunteers to go look for Dozer's group. Crawford encourages searching for Dozer's group first, before facing Nex Aelio. Other Arcs volunteer to join in the search as well. After checking several spots within Resolve Force, the group finds a couple of members of Dozer's squad that got separated fighting a Bujin. While considering falling back and discussing with Crawford, the signal becomes jammed and Nex Aelio appears, Dozer closely behind. Once turning red, Aina has the same feeling they did before, but some encouragement from the player gets them back in the fight. Nex Aelio defeated, the group reports back to Central City. Upon returning, Crawford makes mention of the construction of a weapon being constructed to fight against Dark Falz. They mention that each Arcs has a limit to the number of photons they can contain, and instead wants to use a weapon to pierce through Dark Falz, called Central Cannon. Crawford wants the player, Aina, and Manon to act as liaisons to the different regions to obtain the materials needed to help with construction of the cannon. We, the player, then get treated to the only instance in the game where we get a preview of the next chapter, where we see a small clip of Rennis Ratem. The side story of Chapter 1 has Aina wanting to create a monument to her father, a way to make the memory of how they protected Aelio Town with their lives live on forever. Manon is helping Crawford at the time, so it's just the player and Aina for this one. During the mission, she remembers where Garora and the others used to train. Garora wouldn't let her train with them. After defeating a Varus near Aelio Town, the party find Garora's weapon, and Aina decides to place it on the cliff above Aelio Town. And that brings us to the end of Chapter 1 and its side story. Anything to add?
So, there was Nex Aelio. So, during the lead up to Nex Aelio, they made it sound like this was a doll that had come in multiple times and harassed Central. But we would later learn in a limited quest that there were two different versions of Nex Aelio in the past. The one that occurred 10 years ago, that Nex Aelio actually happened to be a different one that was destroyed at that time. So when coming into this coming into the Nex Aelio, yes.
No, it's okay.
So
Just continue.
okay, so the Nex Aelio that the player fights is a completely different one, and from what it looks like, it's even a weaker one. So there was a bit of confusion going on in the story where not this Nex Aelio was the original from way back then that supposedly hadn't been destroyed yet. So there was that little bit of discontinuity. Another one is, well, okay, I'm just going to shut up and let someone else talk. Anyone else?
Okay. Well, basically at this part, for me personally, I think it might look like there's a lot of story that's being told here, but of course, actually if you were to just go through all of these story bits personally, like one by one and just rapid fire, is actually don't really amount to much. Especially like the part where they wanted to build up the character for Aina herself. You were expecting that Aina is going to be traumatized, especially from what happened to her hometown, like literally from the prologue, right? But somehow she is still able to fight as usual. And of course, because of that, I thought maybe she was a strong character or something. But apparently, after the whole Noglev incident, I just realized, oh wait, not really. She did still have some fear, I guess, in her. I guess they were trying to maybe, do the conclusion of her actually getting over her fear of the the dolls or something by letting her do the killing blow and stuff. But at the same time, it doesn't really feel like a huge accomplishment, despite of how dangerous the whole next alien boss seemed to be in the past or something that's being told by Crawford. Apparently the only way for us to defeat next alien is just us, your character and Manon and Aina and Dozer, and that's it. You can just somehow take down next alien yourself despite being a different version, which is pretty interesting. But I guess for first chapter kind of a dragon boss is probably pretty decent. So I actually hope there's more side stories. I think they actually added more side stories to this, but yeah, I guess we'll probably explain about that later on. Anybody want to add more to this part here?
Please correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that the limited quest was actually an allegory for Dozer or Brooder, depending on whichever version of the game you're playing, recalling the assault 10 years prior to the start of the game. The next Alio that we defeat is there for gameplay convenience, because a quest without a boss is hardly a quest. If I remember correctly, it made note that the next Alio was pushed back, but not necessarily destroyed.
Well, that's the thing. I was trying. Okay, I should probably. It's one of those things where it's not clear. But from what I also understand, the whole reason we even have data on that past event and the limit for our limited quest is because it was pulled from the people's mags who were there at the time. And you do bring up a good point. It's one of those things where it's not clear at all about whether or not this next alien in the limited quest, how accurate that whole limited quest is to the story. I should have mentioned that. Sorry.
At this point, it seemed like they were going for PSO1 references in a way, because they had the you fight the dragon in the forest, and then they teased the worm boss, the day relay of the desert. But I'm not sure how that carried on into the future so well.
I think it does seem to like the references, that's for certain. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
We're kind of losing you there. Check where your microphone is.
That's out going out to my phone just fine, is it?
We're hearing you a little bit better now, but not totally.
Okay.
There you
Alright,
go.
at least
That's better.
this sounds good enough. Alright, so I was about to say, so far though, the recurring trope of the dragon in the forest, just like several games prior, say for but that's a different. My real problem with this part of the story, like, it seems fine on the surface, but the devil is really details of how everything meshes from beat to beat, and that mostly goes with how Aina as a character is handled here, and that, like, oh well, of course she would be a little bit more hesitant to fight the dolls after what happened with Alien Town prior, but not only did she get over it quickly, but it also makes Central look a little weird for sending a character who's that young and inexperienced and already coming right out of a traumatic experience right into the fray, back into the fray again. But also,
Especially since we learn later about just how powerful Crawford is later.
We'll get to that later. But for right now, it's more so with Aina and how the story handles her development as a character, and how her relationship with the player character, and that you're supposed to be like the sort of companion, like she's supposed to be like, she's set up as this sort of companion character, kind of like how Matoy is with the Guardian and PSO2, kind of how Vivian is with the player character in Phantasy Star Portable 1, and Amelia in Portable 2, and I think to a lesser extent Laia in Ambition of the Luminous. Yeah, she's given the same treatment though. It's just that, and I think that's the intent of the character. But my problem is that the like, even though it seems like a lot happened, it just feels like those aspects of her character are glossed over because she does not seize up or have these sort of issues with fighting the dolls much later on as through Ratem, as we're going to find out.
Yeah, I think go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Sega is walking a very fine line after base PSO2, especially from the early episode 1 days when we still had matter boards. Since everyone knows the joke of, oh, I completed a quest, time to check in with Matoy for the 72nd time today. They're really conscientious about having a party member that's just dragging on you with their own emotional struggles. So while they did lambast it in and just have it there just for the sake of resolving it, I can understand at the very least why they want to not focus on it too much.
Yeah, I can understand that too. I also like that side story. Aina making that monument to her father. It's like, it's like what we do whenever we lose a family member. We remember the important things about them, like what they like to eat, where they like to hang out, special things about them.
I think my problem with that is that it only lasted like, 10-15 minutes, and then that was it for like 3 months of waiting.
Yeah, I could have the same deal with Goroa himself.
We received so much buildup in the preview materials, only for him to basically get the Metro occupational hazard. Not even 10 minutes into the story, if you're like timing everything.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sega revealing so much about the story early on was to a very big detriment to the overall narrative.
It has been a problem with it.
Oh, okay. Not to mention that the whole story was actually being panned out for like a whole week, right? The whole content drop as well, which means that people had to rely to like non-story contents instead of like going to the story. Well, but yeah, that's probably like something they have decided, I guess, from the start.
Yeah, so many of us turned into variety streamers those first couple months.
I think with that,
let's probably go to next.
Yeah, let's move on to chapter 2 here. So, Crawford explains he wants the party to go to Ratem to obtain materials from the region. However, because arcs in the region are locked in battle, they need to assist with the dolls before material can be retrieved. The group arrives across the bridge and quickly encounters new dolls types. They quickly meet up with Hadi, an Arc's cast from Ratem City. Hadi provides directions to the city, and he continues on with the mission he's already on. The group heads south, commenting on how long it seems Hadi had been fighting for. The group finds an oasis, but upon hearing an explosion, rushes towards Ratem City. They see Renus Ratem for the first time as it makes its escape. Inside the city, they find many people hurt, as well as Nadara, the leader of the town. We're also introduced to Jalil and Mosin at this time. They explain the situation with Renus Ratem, and that they can't help with materials until the situation is dealt with. It is explained that there is a repository that has come under attack by dolls that needs to be cleared out in the north, but nobody can be spared. Nadara proposes sending the party there to see their capabilities. Before heading out, however, Manon comes across a gravesite outside Ratem City where Nadara is humming to herself. Nadara mentions the monuments list the names of those who have fallen. The party heads to Muraba Canyon. Soon the party finds an Arcs miner under attack by dolls. The end of the trail contains a Lizantos. Once taken out, the party reports back to Ratem City. Ratem Arcs apologize for doubting the party's abilities. Manon has a question regarding the speaker-like objects in the region. They learn that they're meant to amplify the power of song. Nadara's family has the power of the Song of War. allowing them
was
to
just-
stand against. Go ahead.
I thought it was just called the Power of Song, not the Power of Song of War.
That's how it was described initially in the story. I'm kind of transcribing it as it was in the story. They say things kind of weird at points of the story here. However, when asked why Nadara doesn't use it, Hadi requests they join him at the altar. The party does that in Ritem al-Noth. The altar is a sacred place where important ceremonies were held, but it isn't used much anymore. Dolls inhabit the place now, and Hadi requests help clearing them out. During combat, Hadi makes mention Aina doesn't seem to get slowed down by the sand. Aina says she and Manon would often train on the beach, so they're used to it. After clearing out the enemies, Hadi goes on to explain Nadara doesn't use her power because she lacks the power of song. She sang the Song of War, however, her power didn't manifest. Nobody knows why. Nadara was devastated. She continues to fulfill her other duties regardless. Manon requests any of data available on the power of song to try looking into this. While the party was away at the altar, Ritem City was attacked. Everyone is gathered for a war council. A plan is devised to attack where Renis Ritem is located. Hadi shows Manon the records of the past battles. It takes a while, but Manon seems to find what she needs, as later that night she can be found humming to herself at the gravesite. After a brief chat, Nadara also joins the group, and she begins singing the Song of Mourning. It's then that the nearby photons and dead dolls' bodies begin reacting to her singing. Manon realizes that Nadara's power is different from her ancestors. This power is tested the next day out in the desert using the Song of War. It has an immediate effect on the dolls, causing them to slow down. Her ancestors had a buffing effect instead. The test successful on attack is immediately launched. Is immediately launched on Renis Ritem, backed up by reinforcements from Central City, including Dozer's squad. The Battle of Ramakad leads the party up to the dome, Nadara singing along the way, and once at the top, the party leaps inside to face Renis Ritem. After a long battle, the group is victorious, and everyone welcomes the party and Nadara back. A feast is held once everyone returns back to Ritem City, and Nadara pledges to help Crawford with the materials he needs with Central Cannon. Nadara sees the party off as they make their way back to Alio, ending Chapter 2. The side story of Chapter 2 deals with the dolls near Ritem, just as Nadara finishes setting up Ritem City as the venue for her concerts. Just as the concert gets underway, a Renis Vera attacks. Nadara joins you in combat while Aina and Manon help out elsewhere until you're directly fighting Renis Vera. Once defeated, the group heads back to the concert venue, and Nadara is grateful for the help. Between Chapter 2 and 3, Dark Falz attacks Central City for the first time. It's here that Crawford is able to fire Central Cannon for the first time. However, it doesn't work because Dark Falz puts up a shield as the shot comes in. It escapes. Any comments?
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy.
It's
Okay,
the
I'll
first-
let you speak first then. Yeah.
Okay, so for this entire chapter, the player is nearly uninvolved with everything. You're basically a background character who is called in to be brute force, and that's it. Like when Manon was doing the research on the Song of Power of Song, your character, the player character at this point, was in the background, basically twiddling their thumbs, being bored out of their mind, and not making any effort to try to help at all during this. And it was basically almost a mirror of what Aina was doing. And if your character, if you had any idea about how your own character should act in this area, this was the first instance where your agency was being taken away. You could not ask Manon if you could help. You could not. There was a console right beside Manon. Your character could have hopped in on and try to help her research. They even had Manon to get out into the field on a side quest to actually try to research stuff. Like, as I was already mentioned, there are speakers all the way around Retum. She could have asked you to actually take particular scans and such, or anything, but instead, almost this entire chapter, it was Manon taking the initiative, and the player character and Ina doing next to nothing.
Yeah, we basically walk. Go ahead.
And then we get to the side story. Oh, I should also probably mention the battle with Renus Retum. Where up to this point our character was basically a background character for most of this chapter. They could have at least had our character play out the role of the strong guy who helps with stuff in this one last battle with Renus Retum, by not necessarily us getting the killing blow on Renus, but us enabling allowing Nadara, by allowing Nadara to get the final hit, by opening the path for Nadara to get the final hit, like by having maybe as Nadara is going in to get that final strike, Renus brings up its tail to try to block her, swipe her away, and instead the player characters intercepts the attack here by taking a hit themselves or just holding the tail back and letting her get that final strike on the core. Or it's just one of those things where this is where they really started to show that they were not interested in involving the player character in the story that much. And then we get to the side story, which was almost like they were real. It's like, this is, by the way, the side story for this chapter. It's the first time we actually see a Vera show up. Before this, the Vera during this period, the Vera and before this, the Vera type dolls, which are basically the raid bosses of the urgent quests, have never shown up in the story. It's only out of the blue we have the first Vera type show up. And then we also during this period, they purposely pair our character up with Nadareth. And the whole time she's just and we get basically 4 lines of her acknowledging our character, and it's basically, It's basically like she's saying, you would make a really good sidekick. Ever thought of joining the Realm Arcs? It's one of those things where it really rubbed me the wrong way. Because okay, I should probably stop. This is getting into the whole player agency thing, which we were going to discuss later. I should probably just stop right here.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, in this section, I agree with a lot of your points as well, Rooks. But of course, this is also the first chapter where we can see the whole pattern of showing up those bosses, those mini bosses along all of the story points, right? Where you are just arriving in one spot, and then you hear a sound from another place, and then you see another boss, you defeat the boss, and the story progresses. They are basically, you can just see the whole pattern repeats again in this section again as well. It's not really that bad, but yeah, just like how, because our player is literally left as a background character for the most part, you're just basically like a viewer of a story that is going on in Retem instead of participating at all. And not to mention, Manon is probably the main character in this whole story as well, which is pretty strange because I thought Ina would probably actually do something as well, but no, we are probably just going into battle with Nadare and that's it. And until the end, I mean, we have good stuff maybe like the music changing after you defeat the complete the whole story. But other than that, really, there's a lot of inconsistencies I'm going to like explain, but I'll leave it on the later on the other parts of the discussion, I guess. But that's my take on it.
I would argue, mainly, I would argue that that Nadara would be the main character and Manon would be the supporting character in that instance. But otherwise, I think you're pretty much on the dot.
There's also, unfortunately, Chapter 2 really shows where the cracks start to form with respect to the narrative. You see the command-type doll assault Redham City, and you see why the defenses are barely holding out as the forward guard have to engage the doll and then take enemy fire. Alio never really experiences that. We don't see Nex Alio perform air raids on the city, or us shown why the walls are able to sustain doll attacks so well. It was a perfect opportunity for Sega to actually show us the stakes and why Central Alio is such a bastion for your humanity and its sister species on Halpha, yet they don't do that. When, in comparison, Retem masterfully shows that they're taking severe losses. There's rows of graves of people who've lost their lives, and this is a pretty uphill battle.
Another thing,
game as well. Oh, sorry about Arawen. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first because it's quick. Another thing about the Pedus or the Vera dolls that were mentioned, that are the urgent quest dolls. During this whole time, even back during the first chapter, Pedus Vera is a continuous urgent quest that always shows up, but it has no lore. It doesn't really have lore established behind it. There's no story built up around that doll, and it was the main boss of the beta test even, and they just didn't even explain what's going on there other than big enemy. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, as EarningKey already beat me to the punch here. Well, since Retem, okay, I'll talk about the good first. In that Retem actually goes on ahead and shows us the extent of the war against the dolls and the massive losses the local arcs there have suffered along the way. You see rows of graves. You see Retem as this shambling like dome of a town that has definitely seen better days, and you can Nadara's character overall comes off as pretty morose, as someone who's been wearied by the war and the constant losses of arcs, as well as seeing Renus, Retem like just burrowing and going all the way across the desert, and the arcs don't really seem to have a really good defense against it, so they're often forced to retreat whenever it shows up. However, as Rooks also explained as well, this is the major focal point of the narrative's like faults. Narrative faults, and one of them is that the player character really doesn't get to do that much in lieu of Manon and Ina, since you're just kind of player 3 and you're just leading the party along. But as far as contacting with the locals, that's usually Ina and Manon. The dialogue choices the player gets really don't amount to much, other than just the player character has to answer two identical choices that don't really cause the characters to respond in a significantly different way. However, my biggest problem with the story at this point is the power of song, or rather, how did Manon discover how the power of song for Nadara worked, and how come she was not able to? How come no other character in the story was able to discern this themselves, or how come the player character wasn't able to notice this as well, since this role could have been given to just about anyone?
Interestingly enough, the application of Gelin isn't something that's necessarily new in the series, and for those of you who don't know, Gelin is the defense debuff in Phantasy Star. Typically, this has been reserved to forces, and in PSO2, this has been a class skill in Ranger's various toolkits, and I believe Tekker had it as well. Interestingly enough, the application of Gelin through song is seen in the series, but solely with respect to Edel of Phantasy Star Saga, which is supposed to take place 200 years post-NGS.
Interesting.
And I think you're talking about the Bard class, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I think what let me just add on a bit on the Eagle's part then. I guess I think what he's trying to say is that how could it be that Manon is the only person who is able to research and find out that actually her song is able to apply this kind of effect, other than the rest of the ARC's members who are like observing her in battle for like, I don't know, for her rest of her life. It's pretty strange. Because they might as well just, there's this weird stuff, I guess.
2 words. Manon sus.
Yep, this is where it starts as well. That whole thing about how Manon is very suspiciously very intelligent somehow. Yeah.
I hate to be the one to defend this section, but there is a possibility that no one has ever seen her. In all reality, how likely is she actually to try to break out in song in front of a bunch of dolls when she's trying to survive?
Very true.
But on the other hand, though, weren't there other speakers that were present?
Why is there speakers all over the desert if there's never been somebody like using a debuff song before? Because you'd think that if they only had buff songs, they would only hold concerts and then they would deploy the art after the concerts. But why is there speakers throughout the entire land?
I think that is
field buffs have a cooldown, remember? So Shifter will run out.
Okay, I think that is probably part of the world building.
Because I think we kind of crossed into world building, story and gameplay, player agency, and plot holes all at the same time here with all this. I think maybe we should move on to chapter 3 at this point here, and kind of save some of the rest of this here for that.
Another doozy.
We'll be fired up later.
We're kind of starting to drag here in the story section, if I'm being honest here. All right, so chapter 3 begins with the aftermath of the shot of the cannon, or rather, as the cannon becomes damaged after the first shot. Crawford sees fit to send the party to Kavaris when he loses contact with someone there. Kavaris was once the capital of Halpha, but needed to be abandoned. Ilma is the name of Crawford's friend, and their intelligence is needed to finish Central Cannon. The group heads for Kavaris, and Manon makes mention they've never seen such formers before, believing they are unique to Kavaris. A new Dolls type quickly attacks the party. Shortly after, they're greeted by Mary, Ilma's little sister. After fighting off some more dolls, they head for the lodge. Inside, they meet up with Kuka, one of Mary's brothers. There are 5 siblings in total throughout the region. Their parents died at a young age, and so their grandparents raised them, but they're gone as well at this point. The party offers to help find Ilma, but Mary refuses the offer of help. But the party decides to follow the orders they were given by Crawford. We learn Thule went to the research facility, and Tyvus went towards Lost Central, the old capital. We then get a quick segment about Ilma's robot that doesn't really tell the player much, except that it seems to tell Manon where Ilma might have been. Before leaving the lodge, the party visits the grave of the siblings' family. Manon thinks about all the people they've seen die in the conflict so far. The party heads for Belagana ruins to search for Ilma. The party dispatches a couple of sets of dolls and then finds some floating boards. After riding the floating boards and dispatching a Pangolin along the way, they locate ARC's defenders from Central City. They point the party further into the ruins. As the party enters a building, a presence notices them from above. Manon tries to access a computer and finds a browsing history. However, Dolls enters the building and notices the party because Ina sticks her head out a little too far. The party faces off against a group of Am's Crone and are assisted by Tuli, another of the siblings. Tuli mentions Tyvus is in Mistra Woods ahead, so the party heads there next. Inside Mistra Woods, the party is constantly one step behind someone else fighting until they finally catch up with them after defeating a Malacroid. A Rillin shows up once they catch up. Tyvus says he also has been unable to find Ilma. He says Lost Central is the only place left to look. Tyvus indicates it's impossible to get inside. Tyvus and the party return to the lodge. Mary thanks the party for helping out. A discussion of where Ilma might still be leads to thinking Ilma is at Lost Central. However, the danger is too great for them to be there. It would be impossible because of the unbelievably strong dolls there are at the entrance. A moment of clarity overcomes the siblings. Supposedly nobody had gone into their grandfather's room since his passing, but now it seemed possible Ilma may have. The siblings decide to investigate. Inside are various records, including data on Lost Central. There is a side entrance into Lost Central. Everyone agreed to go check it out. The group discovers a hollow door where the side entrance is supposed to be. Though it took some doing, the entrance was opened by the player by rotating the symbols. The party finds Ilma a short way inside this side entrance. Ilma explains their way out was blocked by dolls and their signals jammed. Ilma also addresses the party's presence and the fact that we're here regarding Central Canon. After summation of what Crawford had previously explained, Ilma simplifies and explains there's a weapon inside Lost Central able to drive back Dark Falz. Further in, after defeating a Crocodilus, they locate Lost Central Control Center. Ilma tries to bring the power up, and Manon helps with the snags Ilma hits. Everyone, the party and the siblings, help out with taking out dolls that have woken up as a consequence of the power coming back on. It's here that Am's Kavaris now makes their presence known. The player gets the last strike on it. Ilma downloads the data they can on Dark Falz. They also find a record from their grandfather Lysis. He states Dark Falz was still growing at the time and would grow into its complete form soon. Mary provides some lunch for the trip back home. Crawford reaches out and thanks the team, requesting they get some rest once they get back to Central City. The party says their goodbyes and heads off. Chapter 3's side story has you providing various items to the siblings, effectively a glorified trading sequence. Mary made a lunch for Ilma. Ilma fixed Tuli's weapon. Tuli asks us to give a pelt to Kuka he cut with the weapon. Kuka makes Tyvus some new snow gear with the pelt. Tyvus was starting to catch a cold at the time. Tyvus hands us a crystal to give to Mary as a thank you. Mary thanks us for all of our help back at the lodge. And that's the end of Chapter 3. Any comments?
Okay. I'll just let you first then.
Okay, so I think this is where the story starts to change a little bit. They start the presentation improves. I mean, obviously, it has some of the same problems that the previous chapters have, but they looks like things are actually moving in a direction, and you seem to learn more from this chapter. So there is something to consume. There is at least something to consume from this chapter, at the very least.
I was extremely disappointed. I did a whole rant about this chapter.
Yep. Basically, this chapter is the one that actually makes me doubt, are the team actually just making a story here, or are they just slapping a story on top of a nice environment? And unfortunately, it's probably the latter. And I'm not gonna lie that the story is actually much better in terms of like characterization and maybe what your character is doing, but everything is just completed in like the first day. And once people complete that, and then the not to mention how weak the enemies are in those cutscenes as well. I don't really think Arms Kororis would just so easily being pierced by you when you actually encounter him in the max level, you know. It's like all of the enemies in Quarries is so strong, but in the story somehow they are all nerfed to the lowest degree or something, and just for the sake of the story progressing as soon as possible. And by the way, the whole sibling thing, yeah, they are totally Power Rangers. They are so powerful when they are together. I other than that, I guess the others can say more about it.
We
kinda
got
like
hit by.
that. I like the character. I liked how the characters were established. You got to meet each one by one. It focuses on them for the short time that you meet them, and you actually get to know them at least somewhat. You get to know their dispositions, their attitudes, and you can get to know them as characters. And then that's what this chapter
One-dimensional
is pretty much mainly.
characters.
And then you see them fight in the cutscene, and then you wonder why they needed your help in the first place.
Yep. And then before we even get there, we got hit by Gaiden, and so the whole leveling process was taken away from us as well.
Oh yeah, but
That's fair.
I wouldn't tie that in with the story, but yeah, I get what you mean.
I will say the amount of content itself wasn't great, but there was an important revelation in the fact that the crystal deposits that get excited when either a dread enemy or an EQ boss, or UQ boss for the global folks, when they enter their second phase, these crystals also change from from blue to red. This was our first indication that there is a material made on, or that exists on halpha, that is refined into the dolls process, and is our actual first hint that dolls are made in halpha. So that is a fairly important detail not to overlook.
Environmental storytelling has been really good up to this point. The problem is the actual story hasn't been. The Kavaris family, I'm pretty sure if you removed everyone from other than Ilma, the whole thing, you could get away with it. What you would even miss them. And it also doesn't help that so many times throughout the story they are pulling away. They every time when they are in Belagana ruins and the Crone show up. By the way, it seems like was it just me who remembered 3 Crone at that battle in three armed Crone there?
I
Yeah,
think it was
the
2.
tower.
Yeah.
Okay, when I played it last time, it came out 2, and that was making me wonder what the heck was going on because I remember 3.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, the armed Crone there were pretty much one of the big annoyances I have all the way through the story is that which is where the gameplay and story don't align, is when they basically make the player do all the work in the battles, but then in the when the battle's over, in the cutscene, they might give the credit to someone else. Like with the I'm just going to call him the Blue Power Ranger, the Blue Katana wielder. Our characters thank him for help. Thank him to help for helping and save him when you were pretty sure that you had this all settled on your own. And this keeps stuff like this keeps happening throughout. And then we also have a scene where basically the Kavaris family just drops one of those stalagmites on a giant horde of Kavaris Crone in Lost Central. And it's like this absolutely ridiculously staged scene that would never happen in actual gameplay. It's just one of those things it's just one of those things where they went over the top to try to impress the players with these characters, and it's like it comes off as a game master trying to show off his GM PCs, his DM PCs.
To me, the Kavaris family felt like the most of the family members only existed to facilitate a circuit of fetch quests.
And also, not to mention about the cutscenes as well. I saw from the chat. They also talking about like the there is actually 2 ARC members that you meet on the way of finding like one of the family members, right? And they are just standing very, very still. Like I don't understand why after base PSO2 somehow they had to do the bare minimum in terms of like, oh, this is a side character, so we don't really need to animate them that much, stuff like that. And then it also applies it to our characters as well, apparently. Just so we have a neutral pose that fits for everybody. But yeah, there's a lot of very weird stuff here and there. Yeah.
Kavaris was about the time when I started to get kind of upset about not being able to see story characters outside of story. Like if there was no side story quests going on, they just vanished from the overworld and you couldn't even like have any type of generic interaction with them. And that's something that base PSO2 did. There was always the story NPCs standing around with something to say, but it's so separated now.
Yeah, I was like that. Like that since Retem. I was like, okay, where are the girls? Where are these people that we met in the story? They should be hanging out in town, like Arawen was saying with base. You had Matoy, you talked to her, you had all the other NPCs. Like, okay, where are they?
Unfortunately, the only time you can meet them is by side stories, and it took a while for them to even have the side stories as well. So yeah, it's very hard. It's unfortunately like that for quite a while. Until the trials, I guess. Yeah, that's it.
And Kavaris was the first one where they established a location for the stories NPCs that you couldn't normally access. So it was like, oh, they're in this building, but it's locked, so I can't visit.
Oh yeah, that building. Why can't we enter it? It's so strange.
You mean the lodge?
Yeah. Yeah. That lodge where the Gigantics always like jump on top of it just because it just spawns in front of it. Like it's so tough. That house is just so ridiculously tough that I had to make a story dedicated to that meme, Yeah.
Right, you can't go in there. You can't go in Nadara's house. It's like, okay.
Also, that's very straightforward.
Nadara's room apparently has pink wrappies inside there.
But that's told to you. Isn't that told to you and not shown?
Right, and Ina tells that to you in the mini episode.
Aww.
That would have been more
That's the problem
effective if we would have shown this, if we just were able to explore these environments and actually see them. But may I talk about one of my bigger points regarding Kavaris' story?
Okay.
All right. So, spectacle aside from meeting all of the Kavaris siblings, since they do a lot of flashy, cool anime fighting stuff. But that's aside from the story beats, since not really a lot happens when you're just meeting them one by one. My real problem is the fact that it takes us a while to start start getting into the real reason why we're there, and that the reason why the party is there is to look for Ilma and gain information on from Lost Central on how to enhance the central canon. And the problem with that is that we're back to now just getting told like information like dolls or the central canon or what Lost Central was, and not a lot of the environment was used to tell the story of Kavaris itself, which I feel is a big shame because Kavaris by this point was the biggest region in all of halpha. That the mountains were vast and took huge amounts of time to gain altitude so you can glide over it. You get quite a breathtaking view over it, and there are some NPCs that you can also talk to in Kavaris camp that also give you a little bit more insight on what the region is, but was to arcs at one point, but we're not really shown that much information regarding this. It's just told to us. So
Some of the
I-
more
this is-
interesting lore came from Kavaris camp NPCs giving you some client orders. They had some better lore than the story going on.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
part
my
of
big
the
problem.
reason as well. Okay, there's also one more detail I believe in this when you are doing the story, right? You remember the time when we are finding a way to get into the Lost Central? Yeah, that is finally our character did something right. But apparently it's just like just arranging some shapes around so that you
It
can
was a
open the
Fisher-
door somehow.
it
And
was a
yeah,
Fisher
that's
puzzle.
it. It's like that's it. That's the only puzzle that we get. I'm like, what the wait? We've been waiting there and thinking for such a long time just to do that crap. Like, I can't believe it, man. Like, what?
Shapes.
Yeah.
Okay, but I would say the main character. Okay, the main character. The two main characters of this story weren't just all the siblings except for Ilma. It was Ilma, and it was someone who was dead. Grandpa.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying in that. Yeah, the others really didn't seem to have much behind them really at all in terms of actual importance. They just kind of pointed and said, "Ilma's over there," effectively.
Yeah, well, it's more like they're okay. It's more like understanding the weight of.
Look at these cool weapons
weight-
that we have.
no,
You can grind for them.
We're not talking about coordinates. We're talking about the weight of the situation in Kavaris. And how many people are there? There's hardly anybody. And there's obviously the kids, and then Grandpa's gone, and Ilma is obviously doing Ilma things, and that's. But knowing about the sacrifice that their grandpa made for them, it kind of adds a bit more weight to the story, and I kind of respected that part of it.
Yeah, true about that. At least there's a bit revelations of something looming about, I guess.
Now, how about those kids having action moments and reducing the threat of the dolls by you just getting sent around, and it doesn't really feel like you're saving or helping them. It's just so that you're bumping into them on
Soon,
the way.
TM.
Ilma.
Soon, TM.
Also,
So, yeah.
why didn't we get any? So one of the biggest features of Kavaris, Greyjoy Gorge, and how many times was it mentioned in the story?
Oh,
Zilch.
man.
0.
Not once.
Okay, that is such a. I think that is part of the story and gameplay integration part, right?
Yep.
Oh my
that's
God,
why
I
I'm
agree
just
with
going to
Gordon.
say that. That's why I'm just bringing that up and
Yep.
not saying any more on that. It's one of those frustrating
You know
things.
what? I have a theory behind that.
Yeah, I'll probably
The
say it
story.
later then.
Okay, I'll save it for later.
Yeah. In fact, let's go ahead and move on to Chapter 4 at this point here.
Onward.
All right. Chapter 4 begins with Manon on the wall of Central City, reviewing the previous encounters with dolls. Ina says she hasn't seen Manon around and that we should try to find her. Manon seems concerned about the stronger form of Dark Falz. However, she also makes mention Ina is stronger than when they first met. Manon is also concerned about the number of people that have and will die. Before the discussion can continue, they are all called to see Crawford. Crawford orders the party to Stia now that it has been determined that is where Dark Falz is located. The plan is to fire Central Cannon once it is lured out. Ina asks about other Ark's defenders in the region. Crawford says there is no contact with the region. Oranger says they should be able to establish now. Crawford tries to stop the attempt, but it's too late, and shortly after establishing communication, Commander Glenn appears saying he has no objection to the plan. The party arrives in Stia and are soon ambushed by Glenn's team. Once in Stia camp, the party learns of the situation and the plan to attack 3 plants. The first of which is Drayson Plant. Inside, the party learns the smaller dolls are apparently coming from this plant. During the mission, Ina asks what a place like this is doing on Halpha, and Manon just gives a non-answer. On the bottom floor of the plant, all the arcs meet up and face off against a large group of dolls. It's at this time, Glenn shows his remorselessness against the dolls. Conway brings up that Crawford is of equal to Glenn's power when he's serious. One last group of dolls shows up, featuring Stratus, that knocks an arc's cast to the ground. The final enemy is a blazed Noglith. The North Altera base is the next target. The party arrives after taking out a Dark Magils, but not before almost losing another ARC's member to one of its attacks. Inside, the analysts indicate there's a complicated password protecting the lock. Manon works on the lock and manages to unlock it quickly. Everyone prepares to assault the Southern Dex base next. Manon mentions many are on their last legs. Glenn indicates there may not be another opportunity for this. After clearing up a good portion of the base, Nilstia appears that Glenn recognizes and attacks. An arc falls due to one of Nilstia's attacks. Nilstia runs away, and Glenn screams in anger. The group still has to mop up some other dolls, including a Blazentos. After battle, it is seen many arcs fell during the battle. The analysts find the control room, and they are able to release the lock on the final area. Crawford contacts the team and puts Ilma on the line that there is one final terminal to unlock things. Glenn, meanwhile, is upset over what happened. No matter what the player says, it has no impact on his attitude. But Ina ends up interrupting with a meal. Conway finally opens up about Glenn and Nilstia. Nilstia, 10 years ago, attacked Central. While it was driven back, an arc named Hibana was lost, causing Glenn and Crawford to go their separate ways. It's not indicated if this was at the same time as the attack by Nex Alio. With all the locks down, the party heads for Stia's nerve center. Inside, they meet up with Glenn. The group pushes towards where Dark Falz is located. At the end of the path, they come across Nilstia again, and this time the group takes it down, this time with the help of Crawford, whom appears halfway through the fight. Partway through that fight, however, an Arcs fighter falls, defending Manon, and she questions why they took the hit for her. In the end, the Dark Falz wakes up, and everyone needs to escape, and that Arc's defender is left behind. Outside, Crawford gives the order to fire Central Cannon. It hits Dark Falz, and it warps away. Back in Central City, Crawford explains this was part of the plan, and now we just have to wait for it to reappear, as it can't repair itself without being in Stia. We don't have to wait long, as it finally does appear in the Dark Falz Aegis fight. During this fight, it's attacking all regions with meteor impacts. And as we all know, Central Cannon is fired multiple times. And in the end, the photons react to the player character, Garora appears to us, giving us a push, and using the photons we gathered, we defeat Dark Falz Aegis. Crawford thanks us, Manon looks towards the structure in the sky, and that's where we stand now at the end of Chapter 4 as we wait for Chapter 5 to come out. Anything to add?
That one girl, you know the one I'm talking about, right? Only has like a few lines of dialogue, and you never see her again.
Yeah, that girl with best accessories and costumes, I guess.
Was she the one who appeared on the intercom at the beginning of Chapter 4?
Yeah, the one
Yeah.
before Glenn showed up.
I think she's also a shop owner. She also is a player shop
Hiroshi.
NPC.
Why did it take them 500 years to find the Dolls Factory?
I know, right?
Oh boy.
Okay, let me summarize this. This is Redtem 2.0. It's just that it's volcano area and it's much more edgier. That's it. And I can't believe how they handle the side characters being thrown into battle and just die left and right like that. after them testing us from the start, right? It's just so weird seeing that, especially like how Manon especially reacted to all those interactions. I'm like, come on, Manon, didn't you see like ARX members dying already? Like, if somebody tried to save you, why are you like suddenly only wake up at that moment? It's like, I don't know, man, about this part, but at least it does have very nice cutscenes. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, others.
Oh boy,
Anyone
this is starting to show deeper cracks in terms of the story narrative. But I'll be brief for now, because as Ezra said, like didn't Manon like come drag Ina and the player character out of Town as Dark Falz attack, and there were absolutely casualties in that attack. So why is it suddenly now that Manon's starting to show more psychological wear?
I think they scooped up Ina before everyone else. I think even Manon made a note of it. Like Ina was missing, just like us and Manon there at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna leave the other recap on Glenn's characterization to Rooks. Just as Aaron said, why did it take this long to for Arch to discover the Dolls Factory in Stia? In fact, the other thing isn't clear is how long has the Stia Vanguard been deployed to Stia? It shouldn't have been too long, right?
Actually, Glenn's been there for in Drayson plant quite often, but and his team, but they weren't able to make inroads until the three joined. So important plot devices, the trio.
Okay, that
Okay.
is
Right.
They should have.
So I have a nickname.
They should
for
have
Glenn.
requested support from the Kvarts family.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Okay, so
All right, let's
I have
listen.
I have a nickname for Glenn. Commander Ahab.
Oh, Moby Dick reference.
True.
Okay, so
yeah.
Glenn's characterization in the story completely contradicts what we later see, or at least what they are trying to display him as in the side story, the side content. The Glenn we see in the story is an edgelord and a half. It's not even like a fun edgelord like what was that? The Phantom Trainer.
Kikuya. Is that right? Is that
Yeah.
right? That is-
Kyokuya. Yeah.
Best
Kyokuya
the
was
best
lovable.
miniature.
It was a lovable, dumbass edgelord. Glenn is the edgelord, is basically an edgelord who doesn't even know he understands he's an edgelord. Okay, let's go by his actions in the story. First, he shows up, has his guys attack you as part of a testing phase, and then calls them off. Then he pieces out and leaves the duty of introductions and apologizing to his adjunct, Kanui.
Anyway.
And it's like he doesn't even have he doesn't even have the decency to actually apologize to you in person. And this is one of those things where he not only comes off as, you can see in the side stories, they are saying, oh, this is just him being aloof, this is him being they're trying to characterize him as socially awkward. When reality, when the way he's displayed in the story is, he is coming off as, I would say, arrogant, and he all the way through the story, he is shoving off his responsibilities onto Kanui. The only time he takes direct interest is when he's actually fighting. And then in the Drayson plant, we have him. What we have there is his little temper tantrum with that one doll, was meant to display him as a powerful character, as be a display of his power. All we see is a child. All I saw was a child having a tantrum. It was basically instead of just finishing off the doll quickly and moving on to the next to make sure that his men are protected and that he's eliminating as much of the threat as possible, he spends all that time just unleashing his anger on a doll that was already down. And then we move on to the deck space and the first encounter with Nilstia, and his first encounter with his first encounter with his white whale. And what we see is he charges right in at Nilstia the second it clears, and it's almost like the dolls know he has a vendetta against Nilstia, so they use the Nilstia to bait him in, and then they ambush the players, and they ambush the arcs, and several arcs die from this. It's not just one arc falls, it's several. We see, if I recall from my memory, it was like we saw 4 guys on the ground at the end of that. And it was all because Drama Llama Stia showed up, and Glenn couldn't keep his murder boner in his pants. So
Right, it's really true.
So then we go, and then we have that little encounter where we, for once, actually get to talk to an NPC through dialogue choices, and it shows that just how poorly the writer for the scenario writer handles this, and that you have 2 choices that show up. And basically, you get the same responses from Glenn no matter what. And the choices you get aren't even that good. And so, your responses don't matter. And Glenn, and pretty much Glenn is... doesn't really respond, as Brightstar already mentioned, doesn't really respond to it. Then finally, we enter the Citadel where Dark Falz' Bacta tank is resting. And Glenn, at that point, Glenn should never have been... Okay, we work our way up to the battle with Nilstia, and what happens? Glenn loses again once he sees it. And we have the players and Glenn and the main trio, Kanui and Glenn, going up against Nilstia. And this entire section is a mess. I didn't mention the whole thing with Manon and that one Ark's kid that ends up sacrificing himself for, but that's something we can just get into with the Manon player agency thing. Glenn should never have been involved in a final strike on Nilstia, where it was thematically correct for Nazareth to get the final attack on Retamrinus, because it was a demon. It was effectively a demon that was constantly harassing her people. Glenn went into the Stia region to go after Nilstia. It was on a vendetta. It wasn't the case that Nilstia was going to come back, because it didn't. It was that he went after Nilstia into the Stia region just to get Nilstia in revenge for killing his girlfriend, essentially. And honestly, he should never have been involved. He should have, halfway through the battle, if they wanted to do a redemption, fix his character, he should have turned right around when he starts to see his men fall and say, turn to the player or just that group and say, I can't let my men continue to die for my vendetta, and then turned and then just ran back and protected and helped his men fighting off the dolls back there, while you, Glenn, well, not Glenn, you and Crawford take on Nilstia. This is a case where they let Captain Ahab get his white whale, and he should never have been allowed to.
If I may interject.
Okay.
So, this was a period of 10 years in which the advanced forward vanguard was probing the Stia defenses to very little avail. Their commander is a fighter, mind you, a very agile class in which defensive capabilities are non-existent, with very straightforward high-risk, high-reward tendencies, which was encapsulated perfectly in Glenn's writing. This was the first time that the Vanguard had made strides in their pursuit against Stia's dolls. They were actually planning, as in the superlative story that we were given, they were planning on calling it quits had additional scouting endeavors not led to anything. With Aelios sending additional reinforcements, they were finally able to grab a bulkhead in the first facility, giving them a drive to push forward. Given Gurren's character deficits, he pressed his advantage when he shouldn't have, resulting in subsequent losses on top of other losses. The big difference in Manon's reaction to this is the difference in leadership styles between Garroa and Gurren. While both of them saw their comrades as family and cherished them deeply, Garroa was concerned with protecting lives, and that's why he held his ground as a hunter and left evacuating his daughter to someone he trusted. That's why Manon acted without thinking and pulled her away, even though she was trying to claw back to go back to Aelia Town. Gurren, on the other hand, is solely focused on attacking, and does so with the expectation that everyone in the forward vanguard is experienced enough to handle themselves. That's why he trusted the other hunter to try to block Stia's attack against Manon, and why he accepted that despite that hunter's inability to successfully block the attack, that choice was on him, and he died valiantly, and that sacrifice would not be in vain.
At that point, though, they basically, though, Manon had already stated that they were effectively wiped out in terms of, just being able to handle themselves. They were tired. There's no question about that, and that's, I'm going to get into that a little bit later as we talk more about player agency. So,
by the way, the big problem is that supplemental material. That's not part. If they should have brought that supplemental material into the main story, if they wanted to save his characterization. Having that stuff come after the fact just made things feel like a patch job and PR work. It should have been, and it should have been we should have seen the other elements in the story. And it's a case of, once again, they're telling us, and they're not showing us. They're not showing us Glenn's the behavior of Glenn that they want us to see him as. They're telling us after the fact.
While I would normally agree with that sentiment, in this specific case, I think it was handled tactfully. It's not going to be a situation where all these fresh reinforcements come in, and then Gurren takes you by the shoulder, sets you aside and say, "Hey buddy, thanks for showing up. We were actually about to just pack it up before you got here." No, he had to keep morale high.
That's also a very strange kind of thing as well, because I understand that the characterization of Glenn is supposed to represent that, pointless anger and, revenge kind of a way to solve things is not going to go your way all the time, like stuff like that. They are probably trying to do a moral story about that, but in the end, the only time when you see Glenn actually tries to be someone decent is in the side story. It's going to be rubbing a lot of people very, very wrong, I guess. Yeah.
This goes
That's also
back
the
to
whole.
yeah. This goes back
also
to
the-
how short the stories are, and how much you can actually fit into how much character development you can actually fit into the story, it's not very much. So
Yeah,
they
true.
have to stuff it into mini episodes to make up for the loss.
Which is still not a very great way to tell the story, mind you. But the stories are paced in a way that they're short enough to get the player right through. My biggest problem with Glenn's characterization is his character in the arc. Wildly enough, after giving it some thought, I think it's decent on the surface. The problem is that the story doesn't frame his behavior. Frame his behavior as incorrect, especially when you see like that arcs are literally getting killed in his rage-filled assaults, and he needs to back off a bit before suffering more casualties. The problem is that the story doesn't seem to reprimand him for making the choices that he does, and the player character certainly doesn't get to make their own choices of whether or not, and through the dialogue, of whether or not he's in the right. So this would often just aggravate people based on trying to force one perspective into the whole ordeal when he clearly is not in the right here.
Even if he isn't technically in the right, it's a war zone. He's making a decision. Regardless of whether or not it's the correct decision, he is suffering the consequences. His forces do die. He has a large amount of wounded, which he takes back to Aelio, and that's why he's even there to begin with, to check on them. He does have the time to actually breathe and consider whether his choices were correct or not correct, but they paint it as a once-in-a-lifetime situation to lead an incursion in the Stia, and he took it. We can't fault him for that.
I like how the player character intervened, and you got to choose what to say to Glenn. I think that was put at the right time.
Problem is that the choices weren't very good, and no matter what, you don't get a good reaction from him.
And you never do, but you at least have you advance the dialogue based on what you say. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, it's gonna be the same thing regardless. But I feel like maybe even that dialogue is important because because that brings up how the rest of the story goes, and it just I don't know. I feel like it tries to come together, but obviously, still the main character doesn't matter. I get that.
Oh yeah, towards the end where Crawford shows up, and he's one of the most powerful arcs on Halpha. Did you know?
Yeah, and that throws a monkey.
That one was a surprise.
That threw a monkey wrench into a whole bunch of other things in the past parts of the story. But I don't want to make this drag on a little bit too far. Besides a dragon being involved in it.
Yeah, let's save that one for the plot holes section. But at this point, I think let's get out of the overview of the story at this point. Let's move on to environmental storytelling at this point. And when we're talking about that, really what we're talking about here, we're talking about things that are seen out in the environment that are never really explained by the NPCs. And I'll go ahead and start with, for example, the murals that we see in Northritem that are found there, and it's like, when I first saw those, I was like, are we getting some kind of a PvP component to the game? Because you could see the makings of like a blue base and a red base there, and that's what I first thought of when I saw that there. Any comments on things like that you've seen in the game?
Actually, now that we've seen field races and such, maybe there will eventually be a point where they might try to do like some kind of CTF or something of that kind of, similar to what we had in base PSO2. But I think
maybe a competition between two teams, kind of a mode for the racing stuff, I guess.
One of the things
One of the
things that it's very clear whoever is doing the layouts on the world very much cares about telling as much of the story as they can through the environment. There is so much detail and care put in. Like, someone went and translated the signposts that were around Alio. Like, one pointed to the munitions plant, heads pointed to munitions plant, and then we have we also have, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought thanks to someone messaging me.
Oh,
No worries.
it's okay. So, should we actually start by zone first, or we can be any area at once as well?
Really, anything that comes to your mind, like just something that's out in the world that the NPCs haven't talked about.
All right,
Okay.
I want to start with some stuff I noticed in Alio, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so like for example, in northern Alio, I've noticed that there was a structure in the swamp with some ruined streets. Like you see some parts of road, like raised roads or bridges that used to be there before the force of flooding took over. That implies there might have been a city or some other access point prior.
Where the purple
Yes.
trigger is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Alio Purple Trigger Zone. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
Go on.
I think some players have pointed out that that's supposed to maybe be a reference to the Eternal Tower back in Phantasy Star Zero, or is like sort of the imagery is sort of similar to that.
Because of
Maybe.
the bridging and the lights, if I remember correctly.
I can go. Let's see. There are smaller things in Alio I noticed. Like within Alio City, there are like small dogs and cats, which I found kind of interesting because they don't really seem like naturally occurring fauna on halpha. So would that? And they're also domesticated animals. So would that imply that there is still some form of agriculture that is still happening within halpha, or are these just companion animals that just happen to be put there?
Well,
yeah, more like Easter eggs, right?
we have
Yeah.
in Central City. If you look at there's signage near the elevators that shows maps of subterranean levels that are explained to be residential areas for various classes of people. Like they've got different residential areas for ARC's commanders and separate from the general public. And it seems like there's a large subterranean structure underneath Central City that has the bulk of the population living under there. But they never mention it in the story, and unfortunately, the upcoming update with the living areas seems like it will not venture into those areas at all.
The underground was
creative
mentioned
space.
in Central, right? The comic?
Yeah.
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 Well, not even that. It's in the game as well. Like there's signs near the elevators that have maps of these subterranean areas with the labels of what they are.
I would say hold off and see if we may make a return here and eventually,
They also have that
odd.
They also have that odd cut at the beginning of the story where it seems like they introduce the player to their room, but then they don't.
That's odd. May I also mention the various like tents and small little temporary infrastructure set up across. I wouldn't say just Alio, since you do find some empty tents here and there with arcs as a symbol, like plastered over it, but it doesn't really seem like there's been anyone there. But there's also some like that in Retem as well. In fact, there is an NPC that gives you a client order that just simply is to go around checking these areas out, and then your objective changes is simply just killing the dolls that are right around them, and then reporting back to him.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought.
think of it this way. you have Meteorn that could land in any point in the landmass. You need supply stations out there because you don't know what condition they're in.
That's actually a good point.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
really good.
Yeah.
I thought when we were originally seeing them out in the map back in the beta, I thought they were going to be like task givers out in the world at those stations.
Yeah, wasted opportunities, I suppose.
Yeah, so
But
many
at the
missed
same time,
opportunities.
yeah,
But
at the same time as well, there is a lot of like unexplained stuff. Like, why is the exposed ground in Alio is like full of electronics, wirings, and spaceship stuff, kind of a thing. I mean, I understand that there is a theory about like the whole Alio region or the whole like how planet Halpha is like an artificial planet or something, but at this rate we have explored like all of the regions already, and all of those regions showcase these kind of technologies, right? It's so strange that they don't really explain any of this at all.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Brightstar, you mentioned to me a while back something about a cannon in Riptim,
So
but I can't remember where that was.
That was from a mini episode with Ilma. He explained that there were central cannons in every region.
Oh,
And,
okay.
That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this kind of goes into multiple theories and multiple observations. Let me try to take this one at a time here. So the observation of the stuff in the ground also goes with an observation I've made about, you've all seen that giant metal ring around Stia, right? Inside the volcano,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
you know about the engine that's in there, right?
Yeah.
The thing that's
Ooh,
constantly
yeah.
firing that beam into the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, imagine for a moment that thing, that ring is actually, and you can kind of match this up a little bit with the imagery of an Ark's mothership.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
Might have something
So,
there.
yep.
So, take what we now know of the name of the game, PSO2 New Genesis. What if we're dealing with the situation of the Arcs effectively had been wiped out, and what's going on New Genesis is actually sort of, and we can kind of match this back with what we kind of know, that there may be somebody on the staff, on the PSO2 staff, that may be a fan of Star Trek at this point, because there's other stuff kind of pointing to this. Apparently, the name of the planet Vandor it shows up in an episode of Star Trek Next Generation at one point, and you know, other things like one of the plots of one of the episodes kind of mirrors what's happening on Halpha here to some degree, if this is more of a prison planet. But if in this particular case here, I'm kind of losing my train here, but effectively, if this is a mothership, take the name New Genesis. What if this is the New Genesis of the start of the new Genesis of the Ark's mothership, a brand new Ark's mothership for the new Genesis of the new generation of the Arcs?
Oh, okay.
I have something to
Yeah.
say, kinda, in regards to that. It could be, but I feel like it's an artificial. It's not a complete mothership.
So,
Like as far as like a Xi'an clone could be, it's not going to have its own mothership like that. It's just, I feel like this is an imitation, at the very best.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this is
Yeah.
is Xi'an again. I'm saying
so do you guys think that the Dark Falz that was defeated in the past is the same Dark Falz that was recently defeated, or do you think they were a different Dark Falz and that this new one was built after the other one was defeated?
I could
They
go
don't
either
even consider it
way.
a falls.
It could
Because
be either
I'm-
way.
Because I'm wondering if the Lower Maked is actually the dock for the falls that was defeated.
I think
I wouldn't
lower
think
Murky
so.
levels.
I
I
don't
don't
think
think
so.
so.
It's more
I
like
don't
That
think
is
it's not,
an inactive. I think it's an inactive kind of just a slight. I think it's just a partly active kind of a power station in comparison to something like Stia, which is fully operational.
Well,
And it's power
'Cause
source
I'm
for
wondering
Rackham
if
City
something-
as well. Yeah.
Because I'm wondering
It's-
if after the falls, that old falls was defeated, that entire plant became deactivated.
No, I thought Crawford actually explained to us that the Dark Falz actually retreated and recovered and then returned back, right? I
Yeah.
thought they said something like that, right? That's why
But that
he
was
now
before he
came
activated.
as a
As-
Aegis
Oh,
form.
no.
Arwen, here's the thing. If I
Was it?
recall correctly, the old Central Arcs basically knew that Dark Falls was in Stia. So they knew when part of the data that was collected, and this is about the only bit of information we got from that supposed cornucopia of data we got from Old Central on Dark Falls, is that we knew from that data that the Dark Falls dock was in Stia. That was something we knew before even Stia released.
And I can't remember, was it mentioned that Ratem was not a desert before and that something happened to cause it to become like that?
I haven't heard anything about that. The only thing I know is that Ratem Desert is actually, the dust has an extremely high iron concentration, which is why Venus Ratem can use it to create that shield, that plating around its core. And that's also why when the Pedis dolls there grab up sand and throw it in the air, they can create a dust explosion.
So, because I was thinking, Ratem City, if you take a good look at it, it kind of looks like a crashed, whatever the
yes.
ice grad thing is in the
You
sky.
mean the Rackham City? The whole hull that is surrounding the Rackham City looks like
Yeah,
the
it looks
cluster
like
of a
the thing in the
spaceship,
sky.
right? Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm
looking at spaceship
wondering,
engine.
and now that I'm thinking about that there's a cannon in Ratem, I'm wondering if it was shot down by the cannon and then
There
some
were
retaliatory
specifically
strike
cannon
happened.
components in Redum, not an actual cannon.
Okay,
So,
'Cause I'm-
Yeah,
I was wondering if maybe a previous floating thing in the sky was shot down by the cannon, and then
Oh yeah, that part is a bit. Yeah, I think we are going to find it out in next chapter, I guess, because how the Manon looking at it at the end. But other than that, I wanted to
because they
also-
have mentioned that there's more than one.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, there's dialogue in Kavaris that mentions that the thing in the sky is not the only one that they know about.
Oh, I see.
Are you
Go
sure
back.
it's not talking about the shields?
That might have been about the shields, though.
Yeah, it's about the shields.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can guarantee you.
Yeah, Quaris is if you're talking about the quest in the task in the Quaris, yeah, he is going to ask you to approach to a field that is accessible in West Quaris, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Something like that. But it's really, really vague as well. And yeah, that's an issue. Like most of the story here, even the data pods that's provided and the NPCs are literally telling like stories like on the tip of the iceberg, and that's it. Like we cannot even go deeper.
So I have a written summary about. I'm gonna go back to Ramaked real quick, lower level. There is a lot that needs to be explained about the place. It seems to have a primary purpose and still supplies power, but is not red like Drayson and Newson. An interesting question to be asking is, what happened to Lower Maked? Why is it different from the plants in Stia? And we gotta wait for those questions to be answered.
Well, okay, so the doll's material seems to go into a red state when it's pushed into a higher state of activity. I've been watching how the dolls behave, and the smaller dolls go into this overdrive state almost instantly the second they see Ark's Defender, because they immediately realize that it's either do or die against Ark's Defender. The bigger guys, like the like Renus Retum, do not go into their red state until they start to realize they are dealing with a serious threat, and then they go into overdrive. I suspect the reason why the fluid in Drayson plant is red, where the fluid in Ramaquid is blue, is because Ramaquid is barely functioning at its full. It's not going at its full potential yet.
Right, it's a state of duress with respect to the liquid.
Yep, I had actually made a video about this fact as well, but yeah, that's the same kind of an idea. I also actually realized that most of the materials that was actually made of the Ryuka devices and also all of the cocoons and towers, they kind of resemble each other. And it actually might explain why we can teleport directly to them as well, since the dolls also have capabilities of teleporting directly themselves after Corey's release. So I was like this theory, like maybe these materials are very susceptible to some sort of a teleportation technology that we Arcs just don't understand, and that's why we just able to teleport to them easily. It's just a theory, I guess, that I speculated.
Well, for some reason, the Arcs also use this material in like their buildings and such. I don't know if you've noticed that or not before.
Yeah,
oh, what building is that then?
Almost all of them, honestly.
Oh, I see.
The
Any place you see
kind of looks
glowing
like
blue fluid, it's usually dolls material that's been salvaged.
So they basically reuse those materials to build the city?
Yeah, if you
So
look at
even in
if
those side stories and lores and stuff like that, they did say that they discovered these I thought they discovered all these structures and they just assume they are built by something ancient or something, and then they just use it as a training ground,
clever!
or something like that. Yeah.
Well, that was the the ruins and the Belagana ruins in Tavares that were old and used basically very close to the same construction techniques as Central does now.
I can't remember what was Vanford Laboratory used for again.
I think it was weapons development. If I remember, because it's been a while since I looked at the side story, but Vanford was Crawford's grandfather, I think.
Yeah.
It was named after him, that's
yes.
correct. It shares various similarities with Bolgana, so it's assumed that they were trying to develop high-grade weaponry there, similar to what those arcs had. Most notably that of single-man vehicles that Belgana was known for. Which is why we see the garages there.
Oh no,
I
that
guess that's why
explains
they
the
become
trains and
zones.
the small trucks that we see in some of the random mission trials are all over halpha.
or both Dark Falz missions.
Yes, those are all confirmed to be repurposed technology that they found.
That makes sense.
Oh. Yeah, that actually explains why we cannot even fly or anything like that.
Oh, we can't fly because dolls would shoot down anything. That's already been readily said.
Yeah, there's also some
Wait,
barriers,
where
like the barriers.
Where
as
did
well.
they say that?
It's fairly early on, if I remember correctly.
Ah. Probably missed that kind of detail already from.
Yeah, that was mentioned during Alio.
Oh, really? One of those things that fly under the radar.
Yeah.
Dolls
I
have
guess-
complete air superiority, so they can't even send anything up to try.
I must have missed that in my review yesterday because I went through the whole main story yesterday checking it out. It must have been like in one of the non-cutscene text or something.
Yeah, I think it was a non-cutscene thing.
Probably the NPC that mentions it, perhaps.
So anything else, or
I think we
actually
were,
there's much more, but yeah, it really shouldn't drag this way too long, right?
Well, we're Brightstar and well, we're thinking that we should probably take a break. We've been going for about 2 hours here.
Yeah, I and something that I'll also mention is anything that we don't think of right now. In about a week, we're going to release a doc that's going to cover anything that we don't mention today here. So anything that we don't think of today, we're gonna have a week to add it in on this doc here. So don't worry if you think of something after the show. You got time to add it in here. We'll release it to the community after the fact. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a break at this point here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and then we're going to move on to the world building section after that. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Stick around. We will be back shortly here.
All right.
And we are back. And we are now going to move on to the third section, which is going to be talking about world building. And so, to kick us off, I've got a question, or actually a series of questions here, to kind of start us off with here. And that is, what do the dolls do when we're not around? Why don't they attack tames or altars? Do they stand around all day? Do they talk to each other?
Yeah, that is
That's
quite
explained in a message pack.
interesting.
It's explained in a message pack.
Yes, if I remember correctly, dolls have a sort of pseudo-sleep mode where they barely inch, and the message pack is from the perspective of a researcher who's looking at a deactivated doll. I remember Synth going over it a while back, but essentially they become non-hostile, so they don't register them as a.
Wow, really? Those things have actual lore. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, maybe it's because the dolls are native to halpha and we're an invading force, and we're actually attacking the tames and everything.
Yeah, that's what I thought at
Yeah,
first too.
That's fair.
I thought that at first as well, but then you know, I'm more of in the camp that they're like mini avatars or something. They're all like remotely controlled. I'm getting more in that kind of camp.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's already been revealed that they are mass-produced. So yeah, unfortunately, I think they are probably programmed to just target Ark somehow, and that's why they are able to, just ignore all the tames around them, I guess.
And also,
Yeah, that's the vibe I got.
there's actually a lore explanation too in the mini episodes that mention how the Vera command dolls actually interact with the dolls in the area. They pretty much tell the dolls to attack the cities and all that during the urgent quest. That's pretty much
it's
how the
probably
story
like a
works.
hive mind then.
Yeah, kind of like
Oh,
a remote control, like you said. There's the command dolls is like the big thing, a big computer or whatever, and then the other ones are like just the slaves to that computer.
I do hope that in the future we get enemies that do fight against each other, like in base PSO2, because I always thought that was the coolest thing when two unaligned bosses would spawn in an area and then you'd see two bosses fighting against each other.
Turf war!
Yeah, I missed that.
that's your
That was something
Yeah, I
that
missed
they
that
used
too.
to do. That was something they used to do on the Japanese, broadcast before headline started to occur. I can't remember what the name of they called the show, but they used to have a segment where they would where they would pit two bosses against each other.
Like PSO2 station.
PSO2
I
station.
miss Ichitaro.
Now that I played like the Monster Hunter series, and
Yeah,
I
me
actually
too.
saw like two different beasts like fighting each other just because they met each other. I just really wish they'd bring it back. Really, I wish to see two dreads actually fighting it out or something, or just a gigantic suddenly just spawn and destroys your dread or something. It would be so funny.
I mean, we
Yeah.
even had that in original PSO with the Nano Dragons.
Yeah, no man, why do they do this? Maybe it's some complication with the AI of the enemies, the
Or it's
bosses,
intentional.
whatever.
Or,
Yeah.
well, there is also the whole thing where it's an open world and they do kind of just spawn everything in. It would kind of be just everything's very packed in tightly compared to how it would normally be. Like we are in a
Yeah,
honestly, it feels like we're in an animal enclosure, a large wildlife reserve, and everything's packed in tightly. So it's like if they made everything fight against each other like as they normally would, you might actually see the entire fields depopulate themselves constantly.
oh yeah. If they were to turn on the friendly fire for the for the Gigantics, definitely.
For great science,
Especially
baby, let's
Dodoris.
go.
dang, that Gatling gun Gigantix is just ridiculous. So, anything else then, other than just talking about those world building?
What was the next question?
Yeah.
This is all world building.
Yeah, so like for example, I mean, if for example, if the arcs do manage to capture any of the dolls, I mean, are they experimented on? And given what the dolls have done to the arcs during those experiments, do they perhaps get tortured during those experiments?
I'm in the camp of like, they are bad scientists in the ARC's research facilities, I suppose.
Do they
because
extract
you
brain
look at,
material and turn them into mags?
I didn't even know the dolls left anything behind, because in gameplay
No.
they usually just kind of vanish.
And
Well,
like,
Do you
they
not
don't
see
know
the
all the-
bodies on the ground?
In Red Tomb,
Yeah,
there's
there's a lot of rag craze actually about the dolls that have fallen. Especially in quarries, I think it's much more obvious. But I think the
Oh,
one of
yeah.
the main, one of the best evidence I think is that we have Kukopli's weapons and we have Kukurozet weapons. Yeah, that's basically their weapons size for arc size kind of a weapons, I guess.
And then we've
we
got
wouldn't be able
accessories.
to replicate it if we didn't like research them, right? Like
Dolls,
when we do
accessories.
that to the weapons, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Dragon tail, wings.
Well, I guess the main problem we're having here is why aren't we seeing more information about stuff like this? Like, why aren't
because
we?
weapon descriptions were no longer available.
No, I'm not talking about
Yeah,
weapons
that's also an
descriptions.
unfortunate
I'm talking about, like, why aren't we hearing about what the internal workings of the Ark's defenders? Like, why aren't we hearing about what they're doing with the doll bodies that are left behind? Why aren't we hearing more about where they're gathering materials and such?
Why
It's a
aren't we
shame
told
their
the-
weapon-
Why aren't we
Shame
getting
the
more
weapon
information than we do
descriptions
have
went away.
right now?
Maybe it's just like the base PSO2 where the scientists are doing illegal research and on something like creating a new race by mixing like the humans and mixing like humans and dragons and stuff like that, right? They usually keep those kind of details in like behind the scenes and don't really like expose it to the
Classified
public.
information.
Maybe it's something like that, but so far it just looks like the scientists are just a tame or something like that. They still haven't researched anything significant, I guess.
It
Right.
may
Just
have
basically
been mentioned at the same vein where they mentioned that they dismantle all the Meteorn pods to reuse all the all the scrap metal for weapons and armor.
Yeah, I could believe that, but ARC's being a military organization, you got to figure they got some super, like, top secret, like Yankee white clearance R&D stuff going on.
Yeah, man, I'm going to suspect that Crawford's weapon is probably a Genesis weapon at this point. Like,
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know.
May as well be.
I
Makes you
thought,
wonder who died to make it.
when I first saw it, I thought that was the Clarissa.
Yeah, it's a wand, right?
Hmm
And I think it wasn't it a rod?
He used
Yeah,
it like
like
his
No,
house
I,
too.
It was a
I
rod.
think he used it to hit it like very obviously like a hammer or mace weapon, I think a rod
Okay.
is supposed to shoot from far or something, I don't know.
Okay, maybe I
Yeah.
just didn't notice it then.
Maybe it's a wand multi-weaponed with a talus then.
That's likely.
Yeah.
Oh, a fellow techer.
Yeah, Techers is kind of like, I don't know, pretty good sometimes. What else we can build about the story? About
Well-
the data pods that were available in all of the regions, right? Do you guys actually get a much more significant like details about the world instead of like just those random like, hey, is this a food material kind of stuff in Stia and Quarries?
Well,
Or is
there's
this nothing?
There's two
Oh.
sects of storytelling that Sega has to juggle. There's the basic world building where it's just fun little tidbits that make the world feel alive, and then there's the story relevant portions that actually help drive forward the plot and help explain what the story should be blatantly telling us is happening and going into more detail on that. So not every message pack can be so world-shattering.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's also another place where I believe they can improve upon, actually, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm upset
Yeah.
that there's no story about the class trainers yet.
Yeah, I know, right? I was thinking
Oh,
about that this
no.
morning.
I
Like-
bet there will be a
But yeah,
new
but they-
NPC
like
that
all these
is a
town
Slayer
NPCs,
class
they just-
instructor, and that's it.
All these town NPCs, they just treat them as terminals, and they're just terminals. There's no
Yeah, I think they
character
lost
behind
their soul or something, because back in base PSO2, each NPC at least have some, relationship bar, or at least have some interactability, I guess, with them. And even have cutscenes as well. Like, come on.
And
The only
this
cutscenes
is
we can
what-
get with NPCs is from the comic books or something. Like, why? Like, come on. You can
Mind
do
you, that
better
the
than
relationship
this,
bar was not there on release. So if we're
and this is
comparing,
what-
yeah,
right? Oh, okay.
go ahead.
This is what I was getting
Yeah, he's
into
right.
earlier when I said that I would mention it later, but it's like I feel like the story was completed and they haven't really done much more work on the story other than release the story chapters. But the towns had much more recent development put in them.
Do you know about the part where they actually outsource the story part to another third-party company or something?
To,
Is that
Gecko?
because of the reason? Yeah. Is that part of the reason, I wonder, why the story is so, like, I don't know, disconnected?
Well, Gecko, from what I understand, okay, any of you correct me if I'm wrong, but if I
Okay.
understand, Gecko handled basically the last chapter of ES, Phantasy Star Essence, and then had a hand in episode 4 of base PSO2. Or was it episode
Oh.
5?
Whoever handled it, they know their underlying stuff. For example, every type of photon has an opposite pair. You have light and dark, fire and ice, and until base PSO2, there was lightning and ground, with ground being a pseudo-element that pops up here and there but isn't actually used officially. This relationship changed in Idola, where I believe it's fire is good against wind, which is good against water, which is an offshoot of ice as its own photon type. With NGS being smack between PSO2 and Idola, whoever is making the story is very perceptive of that and is making the relationship across between those two systems. It took a while, but everything in Alio, except for the Lightning Panther and Banshee, is wind-based, which, until recently, it completely explains why everything's weak to fire. And strangely enough, everything in Redum is diphoton-based or ground, and that's why everything's weak to electric. It's small little intricacies like that that shows that even if a third party is working on the story, whoever is making those minute detail decisions knows what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, so
That'll be-
I think
yeah,
that the
that'll be
dev
nice.
team does have a consistent lore corpus or a lore bible that they keep with the dev team across Phantasy Star games, because there is certain elements of the world that have names that are kind of obscure unless you're like a hardcore Phantasy Star fan, not like me that notices this stuff. But like, for instance, Balflow Falls is written in a special language that technically means water flow, because the ball term, sometimes it's written as bar because ball and bar is interchangeable in Japanese. It's the same bar that's used in Barda, which Barda is a water ice technique. And then Balrodos, the water boss in base PSO2. And then Bal, the Ba, is also can be Va. It's written the same way in Japanese. So like Galda Val in original PSO means like wind and water island for like Galda Val Island.
Oh,
So it's-
interesting.
There's like an ongoing special language that is consistent across games, and it's never been put out in a fan book or anything. So it's obviously something that the developers hold and they keep true to it.
And now in this game, we've got Ray Jord Gorge, Ray, of course, being ice, which goes back to PSU.
Right.
Yep.
So my next question is, what kind of governments do the areas use? Like, have they ever done anything where they shown us how law and order is kept inside these towns, or how decisions are made? Is it just the area leader running everything?
They keep all of the civilians locked underground in Central City. They don't even see the light of day unless they're an ARCS member.
Oh man!
The only one that we know of that ever sees the light of day is like that running guy in Central City. Everybody else is underground. We know that there's some sort of government there. I think Garora's the one that mentions that there is a government in Central City, but yeah, we never see them. They're all in the basement there, and even the prison is in the basement there. And the only reason we know about Central Underground is because of that recent AC scratch.
There's a handful of civilians, I believe. Most of them wearing beige, I believe, in the little square. Yes, there's 3 of them. There's 3 children playing in the square on the left-hand side.
A lot of them aren't even named.
Yeah. But they're...
Let's see. They're named.
I know the character.
I'm guessing that they could be like Aina, though, where they only have privilege to be on the surface because they're children of high-ranking ARCS officials.
Maybe. Then you got the 2 walking around the main street. Yahoo!
Yep.
I think those 2 are. I think those 2 are ARCS defenders.
Yeah, they're actually ARCS defenders. I think one of them even joins you in the combat zones if you or whatever you go into. If you have it set for them to join.
Yeah, if you enter a combat zone alone, you can see they are mostly NPCs from like each regions, right?
I can't find my translated image, but I had a image that was the texture of the elevator diagram that had all of the floors translated and what their function was. And if I remember right, there's one for ARCS commanders. There's an entire city block of like 3 floors that are ARCS commanders that's closer to the surface than the rest of the population. And there's a huge block of floors between the ARCS commanders and the rest of the population. So it's like the normal population is way underground.
Yeah, and also about those kids, I mean, don't forget that the ARCS defenders can be extremely young, and I point back to young Zeno back in episode 2 when we were going back in time.
Oh right.
Yes,
The trainee kid.
The squire.
Oh, no. Yeah, I think it makes sense then because Aina is probably still still a very young teenager.
Isn't she like 15?
Yeah, 15, I think.
Yeah.
Young Zeno was like 10, I think, or something like that.
But yeah, Aina is barely old enough to work.
If I may direct your attention to the screen very quickly, that is the reference in question.
Okay.
All right. And I think Matoy was like 15 when at the start of base PSO2. Then
I thought
was
she
the
was
time
18.
skip.
She was 18. It was one of those things where I think they were still planning to release in America back then, and they knew that you put a character that looks that young dressed up like that, people in America will be raising eyebrows. So I'm pretty sure she was kept at. They purposely said, yeah, she's 18. There's nothing to worry about here. There's nothing weird going on. She's 18. Trust us.
That's exactly the reason why I think that PSO2 ES never released out in the West at all.
Jean was 16.
Don't talk about Blue Sea Requiem.
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh,
It's not.
boy.
It's not necessarily Gene, but many of the weaponoid designs, you look at them and they look very, very. Some of the weaponoids look very, very.
Yeah,
Very risque, yeah.
yeah. Back then, I think the staff who wanted to bring like the localization team is probably thinking like, oh wait, we need to censor all these things. But halfway there, they probably like gave up because they realized everything is just so. There's just way too much thing to censor. They wanted to do it, but yeah.
I found the diagram of the central tower floors from the elevator texture.
Yeah, EarningKey just pasted it. Actually, I'm gonna try to bring it up here. Give me one second.
Oh, okay.
Actually, we just lost everyone here. But here it is, real quick, everybody. Let me see if I can fix this so it actually covers the whole screen.
Let me
Oh,
post with
wow.
the translations in that case.
There
There you
you
go.
go. Brooks, you're
That's
on top of
funny.
everybody.
Let's get the one with the translation.
Technical issues.
All
There
right.
we go.
It's
There we
okay.
go. That at least covers everything now. Okay, so yeah, so now we have. So basically, we got the top floors, and then the whole residential block is kind of on the lower floors here. So that's kind of how this all works here. At least that's basically the tower here.
Wow, that's a lot of layers. Really?
And because of
Wow.
various AC scratches, we even suspect that there's a prison layer.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah. So the
pretty obvious.
the 7th floor down is the residential area for commanders, and then the 8th to 12th floor is the residential area for commoners.
Oh my goodness.
I guess it's probably very convenient because if they are able to just go down like that and live there, even for Crawford, I think, yeah, it's probably a very fast elevator.
Makes you wonder, how do they dig up the plating? It's not just dirt that they're moving.
I thought they encountered these. I thought the whole thing about the central city is that they just live inside them and just build the walls around this kind of stuff, you know?
If I remember correctly, they had the established blueprints from Lost Central, and then they just tried to recreate it in Alia, which took years of round-the-clock patrols.
Oh, okay. Okay, of course, speaking about cities, right? I also wanted to tell about the inconsistency, like, you know, when we were introduced to the Ratem city, it was just like literally a spaceship thruster kind of a thing, you know? And then when the Ratem attacks it, right, you would expect there is like extensive damage or something, but the town is just pristine. It's just doing very fine, even after all those attacks. It's just so weird for me. But then after looking at other regions like the Quaris city, the Quaris camp, and the Stia camp, it's just like, why are these camps so safe? I was wondering why after like the whole Renus Ratem attacking, like, you know, Ratem city, somehow Quaris is able to create a very good barrier at their campsite, and just right beside the Rayjord Gorge as well, by the way. So weird. And also the Stia is literally like, I don't know, one of the most hostile area, I guess. It's so weird that the inconsistency you can see here. That, and of course, you know, Aelio Town is probably like the Aelio equivalent until, you know, it got destroyed, I guess. That's basically what I'd observed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a question? If you ask that kind of questions, you also have to ask, why don't the dolls camp out around the Ryuker devices? Why don't they create pinch points at the bridges? I mean, if I recall,
Exactly.
It might be a gameplay consideration.
Maybe.
That's
Might be
actually
a
a
game
great
player.
lead-in
The maps
for
are
for
always
story and
safe as
gameplay
well.
integration here.
If that was a
I mean-
gameplay consideration, then why is it so easy to not get hit when you're behind a Ryuker device? But I mean, you're practically immortal if you're just standing right behind it. and something
Yeah.
a boss just smacks you
There's
from
no
behind it.
I mean, would you want to teleport to a Reaker device only to be tackled by a Gigantix?
I know, right?
Actually, take a couple hits,
Right?
so I'm fine.
I mean, the same thing goes to like the Max, right? I mean, the Max is just jumping around having fun, and then while the doors can just attack you.
Or why
while
don't
you're
they-
hitting it.
Why don't
It's
they break
so
one of the
funny.
bridges? Or actually, no, they did break one of the bridges recently. Except, oops, we got an emergency maintenance from that.
Oh.
That yeah,
I
that
didn't even know about that.
the
That's
bridge
so
to Sia
nasty.
got broken, and so they had to do an emergency maintenance.
Ooh. I was
Oh, was
not
that
aware
the
of
one where it disconnected the player when they tried to enter?
Yeah,
That happened with, I think,
Ooh.
of Varus as well.
Dang.
When it came out.
This maybe they are just spending most of the time just doing QA and fixing bugs instead of like developing contents. Unfortunately.
But in
one
terms
more,
of
one more question or observation I want to raise before we move on. You know that the meteor pod where the player character emerges from, like all the way on the isle, like far south of them.
Yeah, the small
Yep.
island, like starter
Hey,
island.
Yeah, I noticed there was a lot of dolls camped around the pod. So that makes me wonder: do they actually recognize the pods and they try to kill the meteor before they emerge?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Possible.
interesting. They back then also, right? I remember that Meteor pod area is also the spawn point for one of the next Elio, I believe. Yeah,
That's right.
it's also pretty strange why it spawns at that kind of place, right?
Mhm.
Makes you wonder sometimes.
I believe
Yeah.
Global didn't even get that one until it was patched in, right?
Yeah, we celebrated summer, I believe, at the time with my alliance by just fighting it in water or something. Just like a summer kind of a sport or something. Way too awkward, I guess.
But when it comes to story and gameplay aspects, this is probably one of the biggest misses Sega has, and that is, why bring back Mining Base when we can just defend the city itself?
Oh,
Mhm.
That would
mining
actually
be
base.
really
good.
Dang.
We have
No,
4
right?
gates,
City
you can
difference.
come from all sides, it's right there for you, Sega.
Like, I don't understand why the mining base is basically the same and there's no like encampments or any
Mining
any
base
ways
is
for
the
you to
anthem
defend
for
against it.
Japanese PSO2.
I always thought that we would have some sort of city defense quest, but I'm kind of surprised that we don't have one.
Yeah, I thought we at least have something to defend against, like for example Central City, right? You could probably like have like a siege on. We had to defend the walls or something. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, you know, like the Buster Quest. and stuff like that.
Yeah.
or
This
how
stuff
about
is
how about
really
how about Central
Apparently
City
not.
Fire Swirl featuring Angels with Burning Hearts?
new. Let's go, dude.
Oh yes. Wait, maybe we can do that in the underground sections.
Yeah.
Once in the future they implement it in the residential area.
Oh,
There's
dude, that'd be
also the-
epic.
Also, going back to the
Yeah.
older point that was brought up. You remember how the Pedisfera would just be this big guy that just dropped from the sky, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
had no story connected to it? What if Pedisfera actually was use the environment to like set up a sniper's nest on top of the plateau in that area, and then was taking shots at Central Cannon trying to disable it.
Maybe it's also related to those large pods as well. That is just being grown by vegetation around that area. The North area, I guess. You know those large pods when on top of them you can get red boxes, right? Yeah, those pods are somehow larger than like, I don't know, any other pods that we can find in like other areas, which is pretty strange. And there's like multiple of them there as well. But
Looks like-
yeah,
I kind of like your idea, though, Rooks, because what we could do with that is we could say, let's say we have dolls attacking the city, and let's say you kind of have to fight your way through them, and essentially get to where that sniper point is. And then, at that point, then you have to take down the Pedisfera. So essentially, part one of that fight is very similar to the Yamato fight, essentially. And then part 2 of the fight is then kind of what it is currently.
Speaking about sniping, right? Isn't that what the new Steer did? Like in the urgent quest? He's literally harassing us like from the background, right? It's like,
Yep.
That's why it's
Yep,
one of
it's
the better
literally
urgent
that.
quests.
That's correct.
But unfortunately, they probably cannot implement it into the Petaswera. Like, yeah, maybe it's that.
And aside from the overall thematics of what we're doing in the quest, unfortunately, the emergency quest is also a severe downgrade to our gameplay in terms of connectivity with other players. We went from dedicated 12-player emergency quest down to 8-player. That seems a bit of a step
8
back.
players.
8 at the
I
most.
wonder.
We did get a yeah. Oh, you
I
continue
wonder
first.
if in a future update, when they resume the story, if they're going to try to explain why we continue to have Dark Falz urgent quests after we've defeated Dark Falz.
It's
Nah.
probably just for gameplay's sake. It's similar to the
Nah.
old base PSO2.
Well,
instances,
base
which-
PSO2 actually attempted to explain stuff like that.
Only in
Yeah,
episode 5, though.
Wait,
the
what?
earlier
Really?
ones are one-time events.
Ah, yeah.
I don't know. With the
Okay.
original
I thought
Dark
that they
Falz,
explained-
Elder, would escape and then rebuild himself, essentially.
I thought that they
The profound-
explained
yeah,
several
profound
bosses
darkness.
as being like double clones.
Profound Darkness, Deus Eska, those, and then even Mother. It's a quote recreation of Mother's, obviously. So, yeah, those are the excuses for the urgent quests in episodes
Yeah,
3 and 4.
it's totally a downgrade as well, because the stakes from those like earlier episodes, like those bosses, are literally like pretty high. Especially you're just living on the Ark ship, and that's literally being sieged by them, something like that. And we now went into like, oh, we had to fight this boss in another area, and that's it. There's no stakes like against us at all. We could just like kill the boss and get the rewards, and that's it. There's like
Right.
nothing else. Yeah.
But that's more of a symptom because the mystery of halpha overtakes the narrative currently. So we don't have that existential threat just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the mystery of halpha, I'm gonna read a little bit of my write-up on world building because it kind of summarizes everything, and I think we're kind of getting to that point there.
Okay.
So due to the fragmented level of history keeping from within the story, the vague eyebrow-raising references from within the game, looking at you, Battle of Union paintings, I can only maintain from the unreliable info given within the story, some task chains, mini episodes, and even then we only get tidbits and pieces that hint towards the next ordeal, or what the purpose of a potential plot device could possibly be, or how little of the NPCs you interact with actually know. In PSO2 NGS, you're not supposed to know much about halpha going into the game, and little to no bones have been thrown in its course so far. The purpose of this assumed, quote, prologue is to put many questions in your head for as long as possible with hopes that you will see answers. Unfortunately for some of us, waiting 2+ years for some kind of plot resolution is no laughing matter. But fortunately, I surmise at least this, that at this current point in the story will lead to but one possible building block left within the void of world building that we have a, quote, big reveal, quote, end quote, mechanic of sorts. A plot device with no different from Eren Yeager's basement from Attack on Titan. I very much hope that it resolves in this way. So that's pretty
Alright.
much mine.
Nice.
I mean, really, there isn't only room for a big reveal. Unless you have some kind of Deus Ex, quote unquote, going on. But that's
Deus
about it.
Ex
Yeah.
Machina.
Yep.
Problem is
Or,
that
or
it's
the
not-
opposite, Diablo's Sex Machina.
Like a mother brain of
Whoa.
sorts.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah.
that too.
I've still
problem
got
is
my
that
protection for
Sega-
that in play.
Sega is setting themselves up for a little bit of failure here, where if it's just a revelation alone, that's not going to be enough to satiate people. It needs to have a gameplay component, namely a blockbuster emergency quest that we can sink our teeth into, otherwise it'll land with a thud.
Yeah, unfortunately, they already shafted the idea of AIS units, and because they already implement all the features of it into a canon that we carry, which is, oh man, I wish they would actually, bring back the AIS in like another form or something. But
They could,
I guess that's it.
They could mount a one of those turrets on the back of one of those trucks and have one player shoot, one player drive.
Yeah, that's
would be
actually a
cool.
good.
At the end of all this,
Pretty
I want
cool.
dolls as a playable race.
That was a warthog.
I know you do,
Oh,
Brightstar.
man.
I'll
I
pat
mean,
your
we
back
already
for
have
that one.
drones auto-attacking, yeah, something like that. So
Yeah,
shall
we kind of
like,
sort of have
move
playable
on?
dolls with all the accessories, but I know it's not good enough for some folks.
Yeah, it's not good enough for Brightstar, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We're getting there, but it's not the fluid's not moving inside those accessories yet.
So is
Oh,
this a
you're
good
right.
place for me to talk about the Maze Runner theory?
Go for it.
Oh.
Okay, so if anybody else has read the novel Maze Runner or seen at least the first movie of the Maze Runner, I've noticed a ton of parallels between the plot of Maze Runner and what's unfolded in New Genesis. It starts with people being placed into an environment with amnesia, and they seem to be in some sort of controlled environment with enemies that are being controlled somehow. Mechanical-like enemies that are attacking them, and they have to defend themselves against them. And there's one or a few people seem to have strange memories, or seem to know a bit more about what's going on than they let out, kind of like Manon. Well, in Maze Runner, there's a girl that seems to remember what's going on, and I'll spoil the plot a little bit for Maze Runner, but eventually it's revealed that person had placed everyone else inside of a test environment because the world outside has suffered a catastrophe, and there's a virus that makes people into something similar to zombies, and that the people in the test environment are a generation that seems to be immune to the virus, but they're putting them through heavy stress because the virus the virus awakens under stressful situations. It progresses faster, so they're sending generations through these stressful trials to see if they truly are immune to the virus. And the successful test subject, the people that have survived and don't show symptoms, they're extracted from the test environment and then used to make antibodies that could possibly be a cure to the virus.
Yeah, I can see the parallels. Yeah.
And when the person that is in the simulation reveals that they were involved, the rest of the cast gets the rest of the cast gets suspicious of them and turns against them for imprisoning them in this situation. So I foresee in the future that we might have a civil conflict going on among the ARC's members
Oh, interesting.
after a reveal. But we'll see. Also, I wonder if we're either being if there's training to fight a threat, or if we might be infected with some sort of virus like the seed virus, or a or darker infection, to see if we develop it further or not.
Oh no, another kind of infection thing going on again.
Yeah.
I mean, considering the fact that we cleared the whole situation where we actually defeated the whole profound darkness, and we need to get rid of all the darker factors or something. Maybe it's something like that, I guess.
Oh, we know that failed.
Yeah, maybe it's something like that.
Yeah.
But we just don't realize it, I guess. Probably.
I think Casper
It'd be
kind of.
pretty weird, though,
Sorry.
if Manon is going to like betray us somehow in the future. It'll be so like, oh my goodness, really?
Oh, you know, it'll turn out to be the Power Rangers from Kavaris. They're gonna be the ones that's going to come and put everybody else down. That's why
Of course.
they're the most powerful people on halpha, and they just lock themselves away from the rest of the population in their own house.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely
you
true.
hold us.
Right, but
Then, okay.
let's be honest here. I mean, at this point, we really don't have proper bonds forged between us and some of the NPCs that we meet to really earn some of the scenes that we see. Like the scene with at the end of the dark with Garora there. I mean, we really shouldn't have earned that. That's a scene that's more appropriate for to have had that happen to Aina. And this is diving a little bit into plot holes a little bit. Although we've kind of together, I think Rooks and EarningKey and somebody else has kind of figured this out a little bit at this point, but. It kind of opens the plot hole of what the heck happened to Omega and why didn't he go to Omega?
Right? At this point, there's no rails to derail.
So
Hi,
that's
Gary.
assuming that that's actually Garo, but for those of you who are tuning in and not necessarily familiar with the concept, there is a phenomenon in the Phantasy Star series that is called a photon memory, in which someone's soul is recreated, most oftentimes either in a post-credit scene with Mirai Mikuna, or I believe it was Rico as well that happened to her. But usually these imitations of someone who has attuned to the light, or someone who's an important warrior, these are recreated in Omega as a failsafe of some sorts in case something bad happens and the record is needed with all these past heroes. And that's what we encounter in episode 5 of base PSO2. The strange thing is that after a certain point, especially in Vandor or Edela Phantasy Star Saga, that reincarnation process no longer happens. And as we've seen with NGS, it seems that once again, this reincarnation has not happened and Garoa's soul is still with us for some reason, if that would be the case.
It could also be, my theory was that was his lingering will, basically. It was like a echo of his photons. Of course, I might even be just crossing into just repeating what Key is saying here, just in a different wording. But basically, my theory was it was like a lingering will, his leftover photons in halpha, basically trying to give the player a push at the last moment. But at the same time, it's, as Brightstar already mentioned, we did not have proper bonds. Okay, so going to, like, I'm just going to call this the fake Great Light event that happened at the end of the Dark Falz Aegis fight. That we did not properly build up bonds with any of those characters. The closest might be Manon and Aina, but everyone else, basically, either Manon and Aina were acting as mouthpieces of the team. They talked to those characters, they forged bonds with those characters. our character did not. And it didn't make sense at the end of the story for that to play out as it did, or it was extremely rushed and unearned.
But let me raise this. What if that's the point? What if we're
Maybe.
trying to build under certain conditions to recreate the same scenario that we ended episode 6 with? If it's a simulation, there has to be a point to it, right?
And then
I get the impression it's kind of like, they like the end of Dragon Ball Z, like, give Goku your power, but no one was doing it. But it took Mr. Satan to convince everyone to raise their hands, give Goku their power to finish off Majin Buu. That's the kind of vibe I caught with it.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it's definitely reference that.
okay, but how? Okay, so how do they even know the player character could do that?
I think
That's
this
another
question is appropriate to ask. I was going to save this if we had time, but I think this is appropriate to ask now. Are we the Guardian?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
I have no clue at this point.
Unknown.
I hope we are. I hope that's the case. I hope we're the Guardian or an attempted clone of them.
I think that's my
I mean,
stance as well. Clone, or we are, or related by bloodline.
Oh, hold on. I just thought of something. What if we're, like, assuming that this is a simulation? What if it's not the arcs that are actually in charge of the simulation, but it's someone that's taking control of the arcs, and they're going through people that have been in cryosleep and waking them up, trying to figure out which one is the Guardian?
Possible.
Yeah, that's possible.
Maybe
That's
some,
why we don't even remember anything wrong.
But mind you, there are multiple Guardian class arcs.
that goes back to the ending of PSO2 in the post scene where Castor talks about a particular
The
faction,
anti-photon group.
anti-photon
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Well, Earning Key, it's not so much that there are multiple Guardian class arcs, it's that there are multiple Guardians across multiple timelines at that point. It's not so much like one of those things where in Omega, you know how it was said that only the Guardian could go to Omega. And while later in episode 6 they kind of break that rule, it is also revealed that the whole reason we see other arcs there is that they're all just other Guardians from different timelines. And I suspect even in the Primordial Darkness raid where the other Guardians show up, they're not so much Guardians, but I don't suspect that they're other Guardians from our own timeline, but I suspect they are other Guardians from other timelines that have reached the same point, and maybe going from universe to universe, well, from timeline to timeline to help permanently seal away the profound darkness permanently that way, or at least that's how I came to read it.
With respect to Guardian, that's a designation, not like it's just a classification of someone who's an esteemed arc. So in that case,
Okay.
Toy, Regius, Maria, all those.
It's a permission, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a permission level.
But with respect to superb arcs who break the limits of power, the suite of players are supposed to be that amalgamation of interchangeable arcs that can, at any point in time, be that hero that we need. That's why, even though they established that we've set a connection with Omega in episode 5, and we established a warp there, and we need to kill the dragon that's attacking the castle, we can send a squad down. It's that implication of sorts, where we're all interchangeable in terms of the story, but that's because we as players are that top level of arcs.
And I'm just thinking, assuming that whoever put us in a simulation might have a nefarious goal. I'm wondering if they plan to use us as fuel to make a Genesis weapon.
Oh my
Maybe.
goodness.
Wow.
They need an
The name
arcs
of the game. Holy
They need
crap.
arcs of a. they need an arcs of a certain caliber to create new Genesis weapons.
That is a very fair point.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so
look at
I'm going to
Genesis
say,
name.
so I'm going to
Damn.
bring this up. If that's the case, then why aren't they laying off? Then why in the story are they not having our character be this overpowered monster that the Guardian from the base PSO2 was? Because if they wanted to go that route, then they could have just let the player's character just be the super big, overpowered character.
But is
I
that
know,
what
right?
we became at the end of the Dark Falz boss match?
Yeah, we literally lose our weapon, which is the default like sword weapon, right? And then we suddenly just use our fist and we manage to just penetrate without anything. Like, oh, what? I didn't expect that, and I bet everybody who watched it for the first time probably didn't know that it's possible for us to just defeat the Dark Falz Aegis like barehanded like that. So,
Just punch him to death,
who
failing
knows?
style.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
that-
to
that-
mention we also inherited like the space control kind of an ability on Slayer class, which is inherited from the boss, possibly, but that's just like another speculation, I guess. Yeah.
There's also, if there's also, keep in mind, there's also, if we were to get fed way too many photons, there's also the possibility of corruption coming into play and, turning into a
Yeah.
Dark Falz ourselves. So if somebody has malicious intent behind this, they may be aware of that.
Yep. I think it's possibly that same thing again. We get too much F factors again, or something.
However, the inverse is also true.
Yeah.
If you absorb enough photons and you're not negaphoton aligned, just regular photon aligned, you can become a pseudo god of the light.
Yeah. Maybe we can become like opposite of profound darkness completely. Like I guess we haven't seen something like that yet.
The Great Light.
Great light? Not.
I
we
mean-
haven't seen an actual manifestation of it.
Well,
exactly
in other
what was on
Fantasy
Earth?
Star games,
I would
not
consider
in
that a light bulb.
PSO2, but in other Fantasy Star games, we've got the Ancients in Fantasy Star Portable 2.
And don't forget about
the Sun People.
the alignment that Aru/Al has. He's neutral, like practically as neutral as you can get, perfectly balanced in every way.
And going back to the Fantasy Star, well, I can't remember if it was in the World of Fantasy Star art book or if it was in the compendium. They did mention that there was a plan that if they did make Fantasy Star 5, that they would make the Great Light the enemy. So
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Oh, okay.
The Great Light should be the enemy. I mean, both are the extremes. You do not want either one to dominate.
I mean, they made that clear in Fantasy Star 4 that the Great Light was not something actually, I guess you could say, good in the full sense, because even the main character, Rudy or Chaz, was pushing back against the Great Light's will, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
Well,
it created
here's
the
the thing.
world and humanity defends it, but that's the end of that relationship. It doesn't actually care about humanity.
Well, here's the thing though. PSO2 actually redefined what the Great Light is, and it's supposed to be the collective wills of everything, everything alive to continue to survive.
Well, in Fantasy Star 4, it was an amalgamation. It was not just a being. It was a collective.
If I may, it's the difference between the entity itself and a manifestation of it, I should say. Essentially, the way that the world was created was the Great Light sailing the profound darkness, creating the first ever system, in this case Algol, and then everything else creating out from it. Everything that exists is part of the Great Light, and that's why we can manipulate photons in general. We have a soul, we have the light inside us. The Great Light being the sum total of the hopes and dreams of everything is the collective soul of everything that has ever existed. So in that sense, we're saying the same thing. It's just expressed in a slightly different way.
Ooh, okay. All right. Anything else from others, or we'll probably pass it back to PrinceBrightstar again or something?
We ready to go to the next section?
If we are, then I guess we're ready to move on to player agency Manon then at this point here.
Alright.
Story.
Yeah.
I thought did we do story and gameplay integration already?
Yeah, we when
Okay,
you
that
when
was
you
it.
read your thing, we were already 10 minutes into it actually.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, this thing kind of went off the
Yeah.
rails here.
Oh well then.
All right, let's
Maybe just a
connect
bit.
Like,
So I know it's a good story chat.
It was kind of yeah, it kind of went off the rails, but it was a really interesting one to have there. No question about it.
Yeah, totally.
Well, definitely player agency is definitely a big issue I think a lot of us have with all this. Let me, I guess, kind of take the first minute or two here. What I would like to see at this point here is basically allowing the player to have more direct interactions between the player and the main NPCs, and letting the player letting the player character talk through dialogue options that are varied and branching. Letting the player character express their character's personality in this way, and having the NPCs remember these interactions. And most importantly, don't let another NPC talk for us. I would say that's the most important thing to do at this point. And then, if I could go even further on this, and this would be sort of a nice to have. It's, you know, if I don't know if Sega would ever want to go this far, but this would be a really nice thing to do. But to essentially the idea of having a diverging storyline. So, for example, and this will take a minute to get through here. In Stia, after being attacked by Glenn's team, give the player the option to ignore Glenn's crew and Camp Stia, and instead just start doing things on your own. Doing this activates a harder version of the story, and completing Drayson Plant, leaving Glenn and team, basically leaves Glenn and team shocked at what you've managed to do that they couldn't. This then leaves Glenn and team more ready to handle the rest of Stia, while the player may have a debuff weakening them for the rest of the Stia sequence. The net result of this is possibly that NPC that took the hit for Manon doesn't end up dying, and we can now see them back at Camp Stia, either providing more lore, an additional task, or a reward for the player. How's that sound?
Sega really needs to I guess do their homework and learn what other games have done in that regard, because there's been a lot of games where they've really nailed this ability to have multiple paths to the same outcome, where the player still feels like they did something with their own freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was
Because I
wondering why they
understand
did this
I
thing.
understand why you don't want a player to have too much control over the story in an online game environment, but at the same time, games have done the whole multiple paths to the same outcome thing, and
Yeah,
that's
so-
really what you want to do in online games. And as far as like player agency in an open world game, Sega's making an open world game now. They really need to like I recommend that they go play some Bethesda games and learn how open world games are properly made.
Okay.
But
I will raise two contestations with those sentiments, however. The first being that we have to acknowledge that the single-player story is a small component of the game. The majority of the development work goes towards the emergency quests, and it always has been and always will be. if we allow player agency in that case, where you can have multiple paths and X players can go one way, X players can go another way, and ultimately meet back up and accomplish an objective, that's a more satisfying gameplay loop that is sustainable for the game as a whole. The problem with branching storylines is that suddenly there's a better route. And when Sega uses multiple choices in a piece of dialogue or with multiple routes, especially the Phantasy Star universe where you actually get completely different quests later on, there becomes an arbitrary amount of things to do to get an objectively better ending. And suddenly, if you don't know what you're doing, you may be not satisfied with the result that you got. Because maybe you as a player feel that your decisions were fine and that you should have been allotted the better ending. So, in a sense, there's a bit of a mismatch that Sega has to juggle.
Anyone
That's a good
remember
point.
Maximum Attack series? Of
All
quests?
too well.
Yeah, I sure
You
do.
have the branching paths and all that. Yeah.
Good times.
Well, the thing is, doesn't necessarily have to always end up with a better ending. I mean, yeah, sometimes you can create a situation where it doesn't necessarily, like what Brightstar mentioned, doesn't necessarily have to end up with a situation completely different from the previous.
I mean, you can go ahead.
Well, so here's the thing. We've already seen something like we've seen stuff like this done already in a very similar game to New Genesis. It's called Final Fantasy XIV. And they have allowed the player to express their character through dialogue choices. And yeah, there isn't much diverging from the story, but at least letting the player character express their character's behavior and giving the player's action make the player feel like their character actually matters to the story is kind of important. That's why Brightstar said like the diverging path is not a necessary thing you'd have to do, but it's one of those things that's nice if Sega would be willing to allow it.
Right, of course. But there's also the issue of the lasting ramifications because of your choices. So for example, let's say you save that NPC and that hunter can now be seen in Stia Camp. You now have a portion of the player base that loads into one section of Stia, and now a portion of the player base that loads into the other. And then if you want to go into the other one, you have to reload the save, and now you have two separate instances of Stia, which may or may not impact matchmaking, or may cause other unexplained issues. I mean, we still have the old prologue area that doesn't feature the tower, because Sega has instant-based issues.
Well, here's the thing: you don't have to, with that, like that one NPC, just make them invisible for the players who didn't get them. I mean, that's
We already did that in base game. I mean, people were in multiple different episodes and just saw different NPCs in town, and they were all still together.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And then also goes back to story and gameplay integration.
Hey, well, it also goes to the. I think what should happen is there should be no wrong answer, and there should always be like you're all going to eventually arrive at the same focus point. And I think that really needs to. You can separate all you like.
I think
come back to the same focus point, you'll still be all right.
I think they should have made use of the multiple towns a little better. I mean, like, why not make a storyline where you leave Central City and then stop associating with the Central City arcs and become a member of the Rotem arcs? And then still have the same major story beats happen, you're just working with a different team based off of what choices you made.
Yeah, there is that partisan independent squad, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, I would have loved if they let you choose where you landed, and then all of them have a secondary small town that gets wiped off the map.
That actually sounds awesome, but
Wow,
yeah.
If that were to happen, yeah, that's pretty cool.
And also to the point of that is something that Final Fantasy XIV kind of did do with how you could kind of choose where you started the story, but it was also based upon your starting class as well, though.
Well, here's the problem with all of this, though. it's the way the world is set up in service to the gameplay. Unfortunately, because there's only one starting town, we can't have multiple like starting towns for each of the classes in each of the respective races as well. The other problem with this is that as the genre of game doesn't lend itself very well to multiple routes where the player character's choices do cause some sort of changes in the story that's drastic enough that that even like an NPC lives or dies and shows up in the camp as a result, because then you'd have, as EarningKey said, there would be plenty of players who would have this choice or that choice reflected. Then you also must consider that the game plus is a thing. So when you add that into consideration, then you combine the whole problem of players will eventually try to optimize the whole play and fun, and then
Yeah.
and then you come to a point where there really is only one right answer, and then it kind of eliminates.
Well,
Well, that's the thing. As
That's-
Radix said, we can have a situation where there is no bad answer.
That's why there's a thing called horizontal design as opposed to vertical design, and that's where the choices that you make change your experience but don't necessarily give you a better reward.
Yeah,
So it
it's
prevents
also
people.
I'm
It
not trying
allows
to be
people to have a variety of choices and fun to have, but at the same time, it makes it where neither one's actually like a better choice than the other.
yeah, it's also where Final Fantasy XI really shines. I mean, you pick your starting city, but
Guild Wars
eventually
2
you all-
is hailed as a major example of horizontal design.
Yeah, and I can say a lot about Final Fantasy XI too, but since we kind of moved on from that segment, I can say
Yeah.
that for the word. I could say that for the doc.
Now, if I may, the argument that, well, what if we have all routes lead to the same ending? Isn't that the same thing as both of our dialogue choices leading to the same response from the NPC, just in a bigger FU to the player level?
Not necessarily. I mean,
Okay.
So here's the thing. In the short term, your decisions do have an effect.
it
You-
depends on if the big thing that happened was something that was established in the plot as something that the player could affect.
Like, for instance,
Yeah.
no matter what, Aegis shows up, and in the end you defeat Aegis. However, who ends up supporting you might change. During like how you progress through Stia doesn't necessarily have to be you have to go beat by beat all the way through the same beats. But in the end, you still get the same result where Dark Falz is flushed out of his dock and he's chased off by the central cannon.
So I'll posit you this. Say there's an emergency quest. Dahl's got into Central Alio while we're charging up the beam when Aegis is hovering over Stia. And our task is to defend Ilma. If we fail the emergency quest, Ilma dies. A different technician works on Central Cannon. The cannon still goes off. The Falls is still sent back into subspace. Does that not cheapen the character if we can just resolve the character's role with a stand-in?
Well, you're assuming Ilma isn't cheap already.
That's not my point.
But
He's the
still-
most fleshed out
yeah,
character ever.
You probably
Okay,
is at this point one of the most.
Yeah, it would cheapen the purpose of his character if any other NPC could just straight up replace him, and then the story
You're
is still.
That-
assuming Manon
That
couldn't.
assumes that the developers would write something like that, though, as well. So,
Of course.
because oftentimes when horizontal design is done right, there's never a situation like that where a character that could be alive for one player and dead for another. That doesn't happen too often in games that do horizontal design well.
Right. That's what I was about to get to. Is where you can't have one player have a totally different or even a significant variance in story as if having someone, die off. Well, the
In
one's
fact,
alive, it's just not fair.
A lot of games that do horizontal design, they do something where you could choose to be an escort to this player. If you escort them and you protect them and they survive, but if you choose not to escort that player, someone else will get assigned that task and they will carry out what you would have done. So it's more of a, in your absence, someone else accomplished it while you were doing the other task that you chose. That's the way the horizontal designed games often go.
That reminds me of the urgent quest that was released early in episode 6, where we were fighting against Shiva, where we were in that 3-part urgent quest where it was lasting 10 minutes each. There were like 2 separate storylines happening at the same time, essentially, and it was the storyline that you went through was picked at the start of the urgent quest, and then you couldn't trade between the 2 storylines, essentially.
That was a perfect example of Sega showing both paths at the same time.
That was
Yeah, there is also another example I think you can also get from the base PSO2. Do you remember the whole competition set up by the Hui back then? You know the whole
The episode
The
one
episode 1 tournament?
that is the one tournament where you can actually choose who to partner with. But
Yep.
even if you didn't choose anybody, eventually Sarah would like join you, right?
Yeah.
It's basically those. Is that a good example for like
Yes, very much so.
horizontal? Like, yeah.
Yep.
I think it's probably that kind of example. Same with the time travel part as well, I guess. Maybe some sort of like that.
Of course, technically, they went in the end. You couldn't really progress the story without your partner being ever at one point being Alphen, though, at the same time. But you could. So, okay. We do need to talk. Yeah, we are going off the rails again.
Hey, this is a fun and beautiful thing.
Oh man,
Yeah.
But we kind of need to talk about how the players' lack of importance in the story until they start forcing it back in haphazardly towards the end, especially with the Dark Falz fight.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's probably it, I guess. If we were to divulge it further, it would be probably taking a lot more time. Can we, like, what about the Manon part then? About the player agency?
in all honesty, I see it as Sega's pre-game marketing blowing up in their face. They tantalize us with Manon as a big MacGuffin because she has her memories, but they have failed to execute on that plot point and dragged it out to this point where now, unless they give us something very big, it's going to fizzle.
Yeah, for real. You can
Yep.
tell she really wants. There's something that's just on the tip of her tongue. She really wants to spit it out, but she just can't for whatever reason.
Well, do you remember the thing from the okay, from one of the trailers? There was a line that was said that was never actually said in the game for the pre-Stia trailer. There was like a line where Manon was talking about how could anyone do something like this. And I never heard a single point all the way through where Manon basically.
Oh, that was when she was lamenting the hunter dying.
Yeah,
He couldn't
Yeah,
understand why he
yeah,
threw
yeah.
himself.
she did say that.
Okay, that must have been an English line then. That I'm stuck.
was an
I
English
listen.
line.
I set my language to Japanese for reasons.
I was like, yeah, why would you take one for the team? I barely knew you.
Okay, then. But one of my misinterpretations of the trailer was that we were going to get a significant reveal in Stia, and basically we got Dark Falz back to tank.
Yeah, I thought it was somebody else very important that is fallen as well from the trailer. But yeah, it's just another debate again. You know, those kind of,
Debated.
yeah, debate.
Sega could have alleviated a little bit They could have done small things like have the floating facility be interactable with the map, even if we can't warp to it, just to say that, oh, there's more coming eventually. Or at least have Manon talk about her past. Maybe she remembers her family, maybe she remembers other tidbits that aren't necessarily important to the plot, but ground her and give us reasons to think why she might be sad.
Mm-hmm. So many missed
Yeah,
opportunities here.
Yeah.
She should have leaked more information, like on accident or something. But nope. She's just researching stuff. That's it. Yeah, nothing.
Now there
So-
is one tiny bit that's gone a little bit under the radar that I did want to pick up, and that was they noticed that Aegis was taking data on arcs. They completely gloss over the implication of that. If we know that it was taking data, that means that data was intercepted, which means that data was being sent somewhere. But they completely gloss over that aspect.
Oh.
While
haven't-
also
Which
while also pandering to Manon as if she knows where it's being sent.
well, she did look
Maybe-
upwards, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't actually done a good job of putting information in the storyline that keeps average players invested in the mystery. Because they tease a lot of mysterious elements, but then they don't throw any bones out there. Like there's nothing there for players to theorize off of, and then they make little reveals where somebody could say, okay, I'm on the right path. It's like they're holding the entire mystery that they've teased to be revealed all at once at the end, and that's not really good for keeping players engaged.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it feels like
Right.
they're trying to
Yeah.
set her up almost as if maybe they're going to set her up in such a way whereby almost like she's Alice or Ryra from Phantasy Star: The End of the Millennium, whereby she's going to, she's going to, I don't know, make some kind of reveal or I don't know, something.
Yeah, lead us to a
and-
revelation or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, we're going to kind of take her place as the quote unquote main character then at that point. But the way that she has just been handled so far in the story is just so unfulfilling compared to that game, just because in that game we were still controlling Alice Ryra there compared to here where we basically just been taking a back seat this whole time, anytime she's been on screen essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
But to play a little bit of defense, if you completely ignore the fact that Manon has her old memories, all of her scenes make perfect sense and there's practically no issue with them. She's treated as a fairly decent character and her traumatic responses to everything makes sense. But it's just the problem that the crux of every revelation that Sega wants to give us is put on her shoulders.
I was gonna say, if they kill her off, they better not play Her Last Breath. That would be, oh my god, that'd be just a kick, the emotional kick in the you know what.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would be pretty.
They
wonderful,
won't.
I'll be
They'll
honest.
play Rose Confession instead.
It better
Sure.
not. That
Violent one.
that would just cause DMCA stuff.
Oh god, yeah, for sure.
Wow.
So the issues with player importance, though.
Oh, I
Uh,
absolutely believe that the player is not important. Anyone can take our place. It's not our
Yeah,
story.
and
We had
therein
phase
lies the
two.
problem. It just feels like this is the kind of story that doesn't lend itself very well to an online RPG where the main character is a player character who can be pretty much anyone that comes out of the character creator.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It feels like they've written the first 5 hours of an offline RPG and then turned it into the first
Yeah.
Like,
it looks
30 hours of an online game.
It's more like they just design it like it's a mobile game, I guess. And then
But
it just
there's-
accidentally transform into a full-on MMO.
That isn't to say that Brooks isn't off base. It's absolutely true that we need to be substantial to the story. It's just that the story doesn't have to solely revolve around us as the player.
Yeah,
Which was the problem with the base. What a lot of people had a problem with the base is
The
that
importance is that we need to feel like we're doing something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
True.
And they're
like
also
was
they're
Fantasy
also
Star
doing
Portable.
good
Okay,
people.
so like Fantasy Star Portable 2, technically our character wasn't the main character, right? It was the focus was more on
Nagisa in. Oh, I'm sorry. Portable 2 is Amelia.
Amelia. It was still focus was Amelia. That's fine because they did such a wonderful job making you care about Amelia, and the fact that Amelia leans on the player a lot. So even if you were not the main character of the story necessarily, you were such an important part to the story that you did not feel neglected in the story.
She was a very codependent
So-
character, to be honest, though.
So that made it possible to but the problem here is that there is no that honestly, if we were to go look at all the like Stia, if we look at how Stia is set up, the story of Stia is set up, it honestly could have been solved if other characters in the Alio region were willing to get off their ass and go deal with it. But the problem is no one had the initiative until we apparently came around, and that's it.
Well, let's be a little bit fair, and Alio is under constant attack, so they have to defend the city too. So it's not like they have resources to spare too much.
Yeah, the depth of the story is really just that, surface level kind of a storytelling. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, and then you have Kavaris. At least the researchers there, they're trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And it's like, why are we even here? You know, what are the mysteries of this planet, if you could even call it that?
In Kavaris, they missed so many possibilities just to world build because, I mean, just look at Rayjoy Gorge. Why is that area so infested with ray photons? That's hostile to the arcs.
Right? Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
have a
different
basic
rabbit hole in
opinion.
itself. That could be its own little round table.
Well,
I want to
don't
know why
Yeah.
I want to know why the Stia
Unfortunately,
beam on top of the artifact. Why doesn't that just obliterate you if you try to fly over it?
They need to give us sub-organizations within the arcs that we can get heavily involved with to, like,
Yeah.
that would really flesh out the world more and make us feel more involved if we could get involved with some sub-organizations that was the player's choice to do.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I
there's-
have a based opinion, and this is probably some people might, and I agree, but halpha I feel like is just a means to an end at this point. Just a means to an end, and to get to the next part of the story. Now that
Problem
you
is
know,
they
they're gonna
already
make Ultra Evolution.
the problem is they've
That's
already
fair.
invested so much time into building literally building the world, that they spent so much time building the regions that if they're just going to throw it all out at the end, it kind of makes the whole year and a half, 2 years feel wasted. And
So-
Yeah, I kind of hear Rooks on that. That's a fair point.
From here, I think we need to be moved to a new hub going into the next episode. I think we need a space hub that's off-planet that we can use as a future hub for multi-planets instead of just
That would
staying
be
on
cool.
Central.
That brings up some interesting projections. Like, you could have, like, not just one planet at a time, but you could have 2 planets that they could develop a story for.
Because you could think of it this way, you could have
could
Central
choose.
as being the planetary hub of halpha, but then we have a space hub that's for gathering players for
Like
multi-planet.
Little Wing or something
stuff.
similar to like how Little Wing's like the hub in PSP too. I mean, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
We
the
need the Guardians
but-
colony. We've got Holt
Guardians
City for
colony.
Param right now. We need a Guardians colony, and then we need New Days of Moatube.
The problem is
Right.
that the action area itself is open world, and that takes a lot of dev resources. It's not an auto-generated
Yeah.
corridor that we romp through. And
Well,
plus,
that's why.
Right.
That's why they introduce these things as expansions, as episode expansions.
Plus, if
Crawford-
we include so many places, we probably introduce a bunch of plot holes along the way.
Yeah, Crawford's room actually does have a local star chart in it, apparently. So that may be how we look at what we're going to see in episode 2. But obviously, we don't want to see episode 1 remain the way that it is right now. So let's talk about the plot holes that currently exist in episode 1 of New Genesis and how we fix the story here.
Personally, I don't think it's broken, but that's just me.
Okay, then shall I start with the part of the plot hole stuff? This time I'm just gonna read from the points list, I guess, so that we don't derail again, I guess. So there's a lot of things I believe that can be fixed if they added more, like, cut scenes for even random NPCs. Like, for example, like in the whole Alio region, right, you have the whole central city. Those NPCs, each of them, their quests and their tasks, they could have been like cutscenes that you can unlock if you complete their tasks, and that could, plug in some holes from the why there is some paths around here and why is things like this and that, stuff like that, right? They can just easily fit it in, right? But yeah, and another part of it, of how you fix it, is that they are trying to, how to say, another stanza I see is maybe that the NGS devs are having trouble to create a proper storyline, kind of a proper, how to say, systems for telling a much more deeper storyline, or their devs are just not really exactly exceptional as we all expected, that we want all this like very, very intricate storytelling and stuff. Probably they just don't have the manpower to do it back then, I guess. Yeah, so far this is what I wanted to talk about, like the plot holes and how to fix the story stuff. Anyone else then?
They need
okay,
to-
I wanna take.
They need to take some elements from original PSO and reuse them,
Yeah.
like gameplay design elements, actually. Like I said before, early on during my introduction, I really think that going into the next episode, that they should really look into making multiplayer story content, because like the government quests and blue bursts, where you could go through like a main story like storyline, but you're bringing a party of players with you. Because I've gotten very frustrated with New Genesis, logging in later than the rest of my friends that have gotten ahead of me in story, and then trying to catch up with them and party with them, but every time I hit a beat where I need to unlock a new zone, I end up spending 15 or 20 minutes in an instance by myself trying to unlock areas and not being able to play with my friends.
Yeah, that's the part of the parts of the gameplay where I think they have to streamline it better.
Yeah,
Some of the places,
definitely.
if you don't have the proper gear, you don't have the proper battle power, it will just take you like, I don't know, forever
And-
because of how spongy they are. Yeah.
And it would be better, like I would accept that better if I could bring a party with me and still be with my friends doing story content.
I think that's an opportunity for the update in the summer.
Ultra update.
Ultra, yeah. I'm really
Ultra
hoping that they
Evolution.
do integrate the story and
Based on
with
player
the
feedback.
yes. And they also, I hope they have some challenging, like not just short form content, but content that you can go in and take about 30
And-
minutes to clear.
Maybe they should bring back the old tagline from PSO, the "You're not the only hero" thing, because there's more than
Yeah.
one person.
Yeah,
Yep.
that has always been the series'
Oh my goodness.
tagline.
Mhm.
Go from online and onwards. If I may,
Yeah.
I want to divulge a little bit more onto my talking points regarding this. Well, okay. One, the story on its own. I feel like Sega. The plot lines could be fixed if Sega gave each respective chapter more time in development. There was more time, but I'm still wondering of whether or not if they had the manpower to make each of these respective chapters long enough for all the emotional moments, the story beats, everything to sink in. Aleo Town, Tem, and the points we brought up regarding Catheris, as well as the Stia assault. I feel like if all of those had more time going in, while still maintaining a pretty brisk pacing, because it seems like Phantasy Star Online doesn't like spending too much time meandering between story beats, so it gets the player back in the gameplay pretty quick, which is on its own, which is fair, because people need to play an action game and all that. The problem is that when it comes to telling a story, there needs to be time to get the story going, and for the most part, Phantasy Star Online 2, especially with New Genesis, it feels like not enough time is given to set many of these elements down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true.
Okay, my second point, though, expanding a little bit further, especially with what you guys mentioned regarding "You're not the only hero," they really need to commit to whether or not this game is a multiplayer or an online RPG that just happens to have a mandatory component that played single player, because those two elements are at odds with each other. Yeah, you can't have a single player online RPG while also encouraging players to do multiplayer, because as Arawen said, without really sort of a way for players to participate in the storyline together, then they're just gonna be waiting on their other friends to catch up with them so they can still do story or still do stuff. Like just explore the world, do quests, fight monsters, fight bosses, take on cocoon
I
challenges.
can only imagine the nightmare of new players that come in after episode 2 releases and then waiting for them to complete episode 1 to get to episode 2.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you're right.
I'm
you're
already-
right.
Yep.
I may already be in that position right now.
This is why I kind of was worried
someone in
about.
chat-
about
You got out there, Brooks.
Okay. This is why I was worried about. This is one of the reasons why I was worried about getting the story fixed. Okay, how many people do you know? Illegal and PrinceBrightstar, from I know, are the two main people here who play on Final Fantasy 14. I think also Zeomanic, you play as well.
Yeah, I just haven't in a while.
How many of you have heard people complain about having to play through the story?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think I
oh,
heard
yeah.
so. Yeah.
but more
Very rarely. Some people do.
If the
especially
story
people going from Phantasy Star Online 2 to Final Fantasy 14, and it's a very I can only imagine it's very jarring the shift in terms of design culture and everything to go from a game where the story isn't as important to the overall gaming experience to where the story is so absolutely vital to the story experience that they are flat out not allowed to play with their friends as far as where they are at the terms of the story until they catch up to them. And Final Fantasy 14 is much longer than Phantasy Star Online 2.
Oh god, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. There are
Brooks
jump
already knows.
potions
He's
for the
watched-
story.
Just
can
what
jump,
man.
but the
Especially
story,
A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn is pretty rough until they streamline that experience.
But here's
Even
the thing: it's not so much that almost no one complains about playing through. About new players rarely have to necessarily complain heavily about playing through the story in Final Fantasy XIV, because not only can their friends come in and help. I remember being basically, because when I played a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV, I basically had no idea how to properly play that style of game. So I often was carried by other players during it. But that's the thing. In Final Fantasy XIV, in a lot of the story content, you can get help from your other players during the quests and such. You're not necessarily cut off from the other players at the end of the game because you are playing through the beginning of the story.
What we're looking at
exactly.
here, what we're looking at here is that there's a possibility of a multi-hour story, single-player story that needs to be played just for your friends to catch up with you.
So one of the things I would say is make it so that your friends can actually join you in the story quests and such. And then next step would be, let's actually make this the player character, actually important to the story, so that the player doesn't feel like they are being the sidekick to these characters. Not necessarily make them the focus of the story, but make sure that it's understood that their interaction actually matters to the story moving forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
One
then,
thing that really, really ticks me off about the story, this will be one of the very few genuine criticisms I will lambast it for, is whenever there's a new class in NGS, it just pops out of nowhere. There's no introduction to it in terms of, oh hey, R&D just dropped a new class. By the way, we just stapled a gun to a sword, and now you have a gunblade.
Dude.
If they specifically with Slayer,
Yep.
because the photon arts are so heavily reminiscent of how dolls interact, there has to be a story component. It's okay if it's base ones, but they need it here.
And I think part of that goes back to the fact that their plan got interrupted. They wanted to bring these classes out a whole lot earlier, and they couldn't because they had to refocus how they were releasing things. I think the plan was actually to get some of these classes out before they showed up as bosses for the dolls.
Yeah. We should have had gunblades by this point, according to their original timeline. But
according to the original roadmap.
Yes, sir.
But it's pretty obvious that the original timeline was based on a very bare bones live service game model, right? I mean, sure, we might get the class earlier, but the content is probably even lesser than what we have currently, I guess. Maybe, yeah.
It would
it's
have
for the
been as
better, I
slow.
guess.
It would have been as slow and vacant as base PSO2 in its infant stages.
At least we'd have the Hunter Cap then.
Yeah, people wanted more, and they weren't exactly shy about letting Sega know about that.
Oh yeah.
And then
I really do miss the lore
from what
of
I
the
understand,
classes.
from what I understand, the NPCs that give you, or I can't remember the NPC's name, the one that gives you right before each new region, the one that just
Gaiden?
dumps EXP on you.
That's Gaiden.
Gaidon,
Yeah.
yeah.
From what I
Yeah.
understand, that was Sega's attempt at streamlining new players to get to the new stuff as quickly as possible.
Which
But-
is fundamentally a terrible design decision.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
wait
think
a
it's
month before
unnecessary,
doing
to
that.
be honest. Yeah, because you see, by when they implement that kind of system to streamline, we already have ways to level up very, very quickly by just literally just grinding and get some boosters or just go yellow trigger by then, right? And suddenly they just pop this in and then
But-
like, oh,
In my
Wait,
opinion,
what?
that's really bad design, because then that like ruins, because that makes it where like a new player might pick up the game and then they'll rush to end game and then run out of content, run out of original
Yes.
content to do, and that causes them to just get burned out on the game because they burned through everything too quickly. But then at the same time, because of the way the game's designed, if they didn't have that, there's a long slog to even play with the rest of the player base, and that's disheartening as well. So
Yeah, I
really,
can see that.
really, they just need to redesign things to make it where people can play with their friends in the story.
Yeah.
Right.
Also comes down to
Yeah.
We can just.
It really is as simple as that. Just let your friends play with you through the story parts. Make it a little, even if it makes it a little easier, you're just trying to get to the real stuff.
Don't press the fast forward button on progression, because you actually want the
Yep.
progression to be fun.
Yeah, it
Yep.
creates a whole problem, a whole host of problems with the player economy right now. I mean, they keep okay. So everyone's complaining. So let's say we. Okay, so I'm going to reference someone some of you guys might actually hate. Asmon Gold. And one of the things he explained very well is that
No
the
judgment
sport,
here.
Asmon Gold very much explained something that, let's just say I'm going to say he pretends to be a lot dumber than he actually is. And one of the smartest things I've heard him say is that story is casual content. It is basically what the casual players like when someone comes into Final Fantasy 14, the story is basically is what they're going to be focusing on for the most part.
Yeah, and he isn't wrong.
So basically, rushing players through that means you're rushing them through to the end of the game, and then they're going to go, okay, there's nothing but try-hard stuff at the end here, and then they reach a point where they think they've basically done with the game at that point. And the further problem comes with the player economy, because nothing but the best in slot stuff sells on the market right now. And that's purely because we don't have players working up through the ranks. We don't have enough new players staying new to actually make the older stuff have any value right now. Most new players, when they come in with their friends, are told very much to avoid buying anything on the player shops because it's not going to be worth anything in a couple of, in about an hour, you're going to be completely on a different level, and the stuff you just spent about 10,000 Meseta on is going to be absolute trash.
I haven't had any best in slot stuff for like 6 months now, and I've just been playing through story and feeling like I'm doing all right through most of everything.
So a lot of this comes down to design philosophy of builds and what the core reason of playing is. And as someone who invests in damage resistant HP, I know this more than anyone because everything is damage. Everything for a very long time in base PSO2 and then into PSU as well. Everything has been damage. The problem is when everything's a DPS check, there's no quality of content. For example, when Deus Eska first released in Japan, the completion rate was, 30 to 40% because it was just a pure DPS check that no one could actually get through. People started...
1 minute?
Yeah.
Yes, it was ridiculous. It was...
Oh,
Then people
yeah,
started-
I remember.
Then people started valuing people with 5k HP like me who could tank it, res everyone, and then we just keep going. Sega needs to be very aware that different people want to play different ways. Some people want to gorge out on PP, some people want to, pun intended, get all attack. Some people want to get damage resistance. As long as they allow for different playstyles to contribute differently, adapt the gameplay so it's not just a straight shred the HP of the boss and avoid attacks, they can build a dynamic system where best in slot varies and people can get what they want out of the gameplay.
That too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good point.
Another
Yes, that's
reason
a
I'm
very good
hoping
one.
that we go to space soon and have like a space hub is that if they continue this design of progression locked hubs, they have to have a hub that's within reach of new players that all the veterans come back to frequently as they're also progressing. So
Yeah.
having a space hub makes sense for that because it's a space station where people can literally deploy all over the place from.
Yeah, that would be a more attractive form of content delivery, to be honest.
Also, such a hub would increase the scope of the overall like game world and its story.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah, just in short.
I
they need
like
to
planet
have
hubs
stuff.
staying there, and I want them to be used like field bases in PSU. Because that's still really interesting as you explore on a planet and having hubs to visit on a planet.
Yeah,
but I do
for
think we
real.
need a major hub that's space based where you can just deploy anywhere from.
Yeah.
Amen to that, brother.
Yeah, I think PSU had a great way of doing that, where you had the Guardians colony, and then you had these various bases throughout the planets. I would love to see that idea revisited.
And let's also
Go ahead.
So you also remember that one of the things you could do with the planet hubs is that each one had different equipment you could get, different styles of equipment you could get. Like if I recall,
Well, that's classic RPG design, like old Fantasy Star. You had to get to certain towns to get certain swords and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
and there's
God, I
also
miss
like
weapon
why
foundries.
why not have every single area have? I mean, we're getting off the story topic here, but why not have every region have different trade-ins you could have? Reasons you
Yeah.
go
Oh, God,
to
yes.
those
Like
places,
they already did it with the costumes,
yeah.
right? You see like the cast parts, they have like type A and then type B, and then there's like a camo version which is more
They
suitable
should,
for a desert. Yeah,
They should
like,
have
something like
they should have future hubs, a variety of future hubs focus on different build types. So like
that.
players where there's not really one superior over the other, but it's different. They cater to different builds that players might be interested in. So
So I can
players
be alone in the HP build area? No, thank you.
No, I think I would suggest that there will be a main hub for like people who wanted to just sell stuff on, and I guess the rest of the other hubs will be optional. But yeah, that's just probably another speculation if that's possible and all.
The earning
That
tier.
might be
The
great
earning
to other
key
places.
tier.
I think that something needs to be done that keeps people from, with the exception of like a central hub that everyone always comes back to. I think there needs to be something done that keeps people from crowding all at the newest hub and then leaving all of the other hubs in between abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be
So
something as simple as
something-
having
there
a job
needs to
around
be-
the city.
There needs to be something interesting for players of all levels at every hub for different
Yeah.
reasons.
And we're not
Yeah.
talking about like the occasional concerts that happen in Retem every so often, which there's literally only one concert with one story or anything. That's actually kind of a missed opportunity. Imagine if there were more performers that were inspired by Natare and showed up instead of just Natare.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's actually the buff is only going to be like exclusively on that one certain town, yeah, that would be so cool, right? Everybody would just gather on that concert town once in a while like that. That would be
Yep.
pretty nice.
there is
but
Kuna,
then
I
there's like
suppose.
TV screens everywhere.
Well, yeah, let's have a hologram of Kuna appear in Central.
Oh, speaking
Hatsune Miku?
of Kuna, you know, the concerts with Nadara, that's a really missed opportunity here. You know, she could have had a line before the first song, and then a line the line before the second.
They need to make use
The
of
second
the
song.
and all the
It's
other
like, you know,
hubs
this goes
that
out
have
to
been
all the
turned
fallen all our fallen comrades.
I believe this time around, I think Sega just don't have enough budget for the voice actors and the singers. I think that's
Yeah, you're
why
probably
they only
right.
have
Oh
such a
yeah,
limited-
because,
We have-
now they
we
to
have
do
the
you
concert
remember the?
create
Yeah, do you
And
remember the
Sega
Dark
spent a
Falz
lot
Aegis
more on-
cutscene, right? We don't even get Dozer or the two Retem cast to even speak out at all. Like,
Nope.
it obviously they can speak in those scenes, but they seems like they just pose because they probably cannot get back those voice actors for some reason, I guess. It's
Correct
so
me if
They
I'm
need
funny.
to play
wrong,
the sexy,
but,
smooth jazz. That's all they're here for.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they grab pretty high list anime voice actors for?
They've always
Global?
been doing that.
They always
for
do,
the
dude.
entirety of
Yeah, they
Fantasy Star Online.
did.
Yeah,
I know they
For
did
the
on
main
JP.
story characters, sure, but yeah. The singing part, yeah, is a bit lacking in comparison to like bass. So yeah, unfortunately, in terms of concert density. And of course, there's another
no.
one point I wanted to. Oh, there's another one point I can actually would suggest for them to do if they wanted to revitalize the combat zones. Do you remember like the whole thing about like the ultimate maps, right? Ultimate planets of like each planets, right? Where the monsters are completely buff and everything. Like why don't they just create like, okay, if you are max level cap, you can enter this combat zone, but the difference will be that the monsters will be extremely faster or buff up, but you have higher drop rate chains or something. You know, they can get something exclusive from it. That would actually, you know, make all the older areas, you know, somewhat useful to revisit again instead of like just another combat zone. Just another Alnote for like earning money Meseta again, and that's it. Yeah, the rest of the other combat zones is just dead all the time. Yeah, if they can do it, or they can just transform all of this combat zone into like a nuisance plant. Yeah, that would be cool actually.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, there's a suggestion. Yeah.
The biggest thing I'd like to see from Sega is make more team activity, and I mean team or alliance, depending on whichever version of the game that you're playing.
Yes,
true.
yes.
Oh,
Give
yeah.
us make
Casino
our
together,
make
let's
our
go.
alliance bases be attacked by dolls for all I care, and have us defend it
Yeah.
for team
Oh, that
points.
sounds like it would be fun.
Give us
Yeah.
the ability
Hold on,
to.
hold on.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
So, didn't they say that that the personal space is going to have you're going to have an alliance personal space and
That's
then
correct,
a
yes.
personal
Yeah,
space?
I
Yep.
heard that.
Yes.
What
yeah.
about having the alliance personal space get attacked and actually destroyed, and you have to rebuild it?
Oh
Maybe.
my goodness.
Oh, no.
That
That
would,
would
kind,
be
that would kind of screw over smaller teams, though.
In all fairness, that would be very hard for smaller teams, and to that I would say
Yeah.
allow multiple
Get
teams
good.
to congregate together, share a base,
Yeah.
build buildings next
You
to each
can-
other, combine defenses,
you can-
really encourage the community to
Mhm.
get together.
Yeah. Like
Well,
the
in
top
all
dudes
fairness,
can
this
like
game's never been-
combine
this-
together and just assist in
Well,
just
of course
one
it's not
round or
happening.
To
something.
that, I would say one
But,
thing:
yeah.
put the base in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Creative space,
Well,
but in
well,
space or something. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And then you'll just get the flying
Or
boss
just
over and
give
over
us more
circling.
creative space around environments or something. Yeah, that might.
We
be
do have
possible.
flying dolls, though, to be fair.
And the doll support ship.
True, but it might take them a while to figure out to do that.
They'll just drop the little ice buckets
also-
that they have in Coruscant.
They
I
have
hope-
drop dudes. They'll just drop dudes on you.
I hope we get dungeons that are not cocoons, that actually
Oh,
have
yeah.
like
Oh, yes.
environments
I've been
that are not cyber hallway all the time.
I mean, they
We
can
are
create
VR.
limited-
And please
Limited
connect those
quest,
dungeons
right?
to the story.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
How about FF14's duty support and just the
Yeah.
duty finder like dungeons? Like, they don't even necessarily have to be like procedurally generated, or at least run through at least a small set of 3 different possibilities. No, they can still be as linear as possible. So to make the experience easier to proctor without.
Give me
without-
some eye candy in the dungeons instead of cyber hallway, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, truly.
as well as
Sincerely.
arrangement challenge. I mean, the best example of this is going back to PSO2 Classic, where remember the Lumen ship infiltration? That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh yeah.
And divide quests were pretty good too. I mean, you could have it varies a lot. There's a lot of you're not going to see the same group of objectives and areas.
Divide
Yeah,
quests
they-
are
was
different
fun.
though, but still, they are still a very good element. They're a bit different than the standard dungeon, but still, I still think at least the dungeons format should return, or at least make an appearance in New Genesis, as we kind
I
of
totally agree.
Yeah, they
The
should have
easiest way they could even
randomizers.
the easiest way they could implement it is just bring back abductions.
Yeah,
yeah.
something that is rarely happening, but if you get it, it will be
Hey.
represent something.
Oh my goodness,
Hey,
yes, yes,
Hey,
yes.
so we passed the test, whatever test environment this is, and now people are coming in to abduct the people out of the test environment.
I mean,
Oh, boy.
how could you go that
Oh,
far?
boy.
But
Parallel
And that
zones,
Maze
yeah.
Runner. I gotta read that book.
Okay.
You
I-
Watch
so-
the movie; it's pretty good.
I'll watch the movie. Okay, I'll watch the movie.
Okay.
So at this point we're already over time here. So I think let's kind of give kind of like our final thoughts here, if anybody has any at this point here.
Oh, Prince driving the bus, but you know what?
Well-
we've just here hijacked that sucker.
Yeah.
Let's go, dudes.
Yeah, you kind of did here.
Well,
Oh boy.
I just wanted to get this out because there's another thing from classic PSO that I think really would go well in this game is they did have a semblance of some horizontal progression type story elements
Yep.
where for some players Bernie was dead, for others that Bernie was alive and stuff. The stuff that you did in story mattered enough to where you could get involved with completely different organizations.
Black paper.
Some players could be friendly with that black paper. There was a quest where players could be friendly with Works and actually get Works branded equipment. And if you did the hardest one to unlock, you could get the Raggle Ring that would disappear from your inventory if you died with it. But if you were carrying it and had it equipped, you had special dialogue from the NPCs that treated you as a great hero.
Ah, yeah, the title
And-
of achievement something. Yeah.
But you could lose
Yeah.
that if you ever died carrying it. But as long
yeah,
as you
that's right.
carried it, they treated you as a hero. And
Yeah, instead of those accessories that you can just purchase from the player shop.
but for the most part, the greater story happenings weren't affected by these choices, but it did make it feel like you had your own piece in the world that you worked your way into.
Yeah, the illusion of like you did something different. Yeah.
Yeah. You had your own unique story feel.
One thing I'll say as my final remarks is, if you're listening to Sega, there is a fine line between story progress and building up the community and giving us events. The one that made the most splash was Phantasy Star Universe's Great Girl Arms Race. I know it split us all on race lines, with some people supporting the rifle, some people supporting the rod, some people supporting the, I think, what was it, a spear we got? But even so, despite the contention, despite all the people thinking that supporting tech weapons was the right thing to do, it got people fired up, it got everyone playing, pit us against each other, give us something really to latch onto, and give it story significance.
Cast supremacy, baby.
Operation
Well,
Firebreak.
Oh,
Man.
God.
That brings back memories.
I wonder if Operation Firebreak, because everyone, if you remember at the time, everyone abandoned Motu.
Yep.
Because
No one
New
lived there.
Days was so spammable.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And I kind of think Sega expected it, because in the story chapter immediately after that, Motu was just completely devastated in the story mode.
Wow.
So
Well-
it really felt like the outcome of Firebreak fed into the story because MoTube was the only place that we didn't purify completely by the end of the event.
Well,
yeah,
it was
consequences,
purified on
so-
JP, I thought.
I'm not sure about JP. I just remember tons of people going to New Days and begging people to quit running the New Days runs and go to MoTube because MoTube was being killed.
Yeah, I wish we have something that kind of sticks. Like,
And it just felt like it was so real in the story because the next story chapter that released just showed that MoTube just got completely neglected, even in the story mode.
They even offered rare player interactions where they'd actually pay people to go run the MoTube quest, and people actually murked out and made
Yeah.
somewhat of a living that way.
Yeah.
That's the kind of interaction that was completely lost after the fact.
Yeah.
Emerging gameplay. Emerging gameplay.
Yeah,
is
Operation
awesome.
Firebreak was like the most immersive experience I ever had in PSU.
And actually, we already have signs of emergent gameplay in GS, and that's probably why we were able to hold on for so long is because of people like Thrift Shopping, who was pushing the extra mile and putting out all these guides and working with all these people, on Ship 2, just kind of, just running, heading that train and just kind of, playing the game it may not have been completely the way Sega intended, but it's like I said, it's emergent gameplay. It's
God bless
finding a
him.
way.
God bless him.
Yeah, exactly. Finding a way to get things done, and it's people like him and other players who like Elena. She does this all night. Just groups with people and does things all night, full
Oh
grind.
my gosh, crazy
Yeah, that's
divine
so nice,
dynamo
that's-
here, Elena. God bless her and thrift
Yeah.
shopping.
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of other people. I'm just really tired. So, excuse me if I didn't mention anybody else.
If y'all are watching this, love you guys. Appreciate your
Yeah.
hard work.
Yes. And then, of course, some bit of a closing part about this is that, to be honest, I'm really just on this stance of like waiting for the next story and what happens, literally, because we are exactly at the point where the rest of the Halpha region has been explored completely. There's nowhere to go except for maybe beyond the seas or just that floating thing in the sky. So I really do wish that they take this opportunity seriously and not just, it's just another zone again. Yeah, whatever. like don't just
Only
make
one
it like
place-
another.
Only
I
one
hope-
place
Right?
to go.
Oh,
Yeah.
imagine if we get another
I
seabed.
hope the next area that they add has a lot of room to grow, because it feels like these areas don't, like, even if they add some more like interactions in them, they don't seem like
Yeah.
they'd be stimulating enough to remain interesting to return to all the time. I think
Unless-
they need to
yeah, unless they
design a better
do-
area for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless they try to merge all 4 zones into one region. That would be interesting if they remove every barrier there. They just create a one
Right?
huge zone, destroyed zone or
I-
something.
I
from
think
the
I think
attack
if they're
of the
going
balls or
to
something.
make I think if they're going to make an interesting zone that you could come back to frequently and
Yeah.
have new events unfold in it, they need to actually like make something that looks like a lively city instead of a camp.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
they have to stay in central because that's the only safe zone that's left or something. Because maybe some kind of a deadly scenario, like the whole place become a wasteland or something. That would be very nice, You can probably earn like more rare items or much more powerful enemies will appear like in different zones or like that. It would be a nice update in the future, but yeah, let's just see if that's
Yep.
possible at all.
We'll see. So, as a reminder to everyone, in about a week we'll be releasing a document of anything that we happen to think of after the fact of this show here. We're going to be releasing that on Reddit. We already created a thread for this show. We'll put it underneath that thread. Yeah, so that brings us to the end of this roundtable. On behalf of everyone and myself, thank you everybody for tuning in. This was a whole lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do this again in maybe a year or two.
Woo!
And yeah, thanks for tuning in, and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
watching. Thanks for
Take
listening.
care.
Thanks for playing, Hellas.
Peace.
Good morning, Lord.
Peace
Yes.
and chicken grease.
Peace.